Oh boy! Just when you thought you couldn't get enough Marvel Rivals, we are back once again. We have 2 amazing days full of Marvel Rivals here on the main channel. My name is Kag, and I'm joined by the one, the only, the human living I Spy Puzzle Spartantano. How are you today, my friend? Dude, I love your shirt. I like that little bunny. What is that? Oh, very nice, very nice. Oh, very nice. They snuck their way over. Wonderful work, but we are sneaking our way into our first matchups relatively soon. This is the first official week of our EMEA League. Last week, if you were watching on our channel, we had our qualifiers, and we had some of the best teams to qualify over here for, of course, well, the main league that's happening for the next 8 weeks. Our first matchup today is going to be Dawncore versus Delete the VOD, which, I mean, if your name is Delete the VOD, that can mean a whole lot of implications. I mean, we did just have, a player yesterday unfortunately banned out of Ignite, so, Delete the VODs for one reason or another. So, I don't know. What's your interpretation of a team name like Delete the VOD? Oh, okay. See, I'm a glass half empty kind of guy. I'm thinking like, wow, we did so terrible, so badly. We gotta delete this VOD, man. We gotta make sure this never happened before. But, it is what it is. We are going to see. Oh, are we muted? Oh, it's just you. Oh, well, that's okay. We had a non-sponsored advertisement there, so maybe it's for the best that you weren't muted. That's okay. Well, with that being said, it's the first day of the first week of the qualifiers. Things that happen are going to be happening, and we are honestly just playing it by ear here before we get ready for our first matchups today. So it's always going to be an interesting time. Are there any teams that you're really looking forward to, Tano? If we can hear you. I'm a translator. 2 paychecks. Okay, Doncor. Doncor had a really interesting history when it came to the qualifiers because they did come in second place. They didn't end up winning it out. It was a struggle for them against, honestly, a variety of teams all throughout that upper bracket, but they did survive through the lower bracket side. And unfortunately, it really felt like that they were outpaced by the winning team. So I'm really curious to see where Doncor survives from last week into this week. Very definition of bend, don't break. Okay. I think you're still muted. Okay. Yeah, a little bit behind the curtain. I think you're coming through on my Discord, but not VMix. Oh, we're finding out live. You're a genius. He's a genius, everybody. Look at the bags under my eyes, dude. I gotta hydrate. You're beautiful. Can you be heard?
I allowed to speak?
Are you allowed to speak? Chat, can he speak? A microphone? Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, can we keep spamming microphones? Oh, you were there for a whole second. NA production. This isn't even NA production. This is EU production, by the way. That's crazy. Okay, so while we're filling in for time, trying to get Spartan Tano to survive here, we will talk about some of the teams that we have so far for our overview here. So if you may have seen on the social medias yesterday, INGAGE, who are the production team and part of this amazing EMEA Tier 2 league, they just announced their own team for this league as well. So that's going to be Team Engage. We have Malediction. We have Dawncore. And Delete the VOD here for the overview. I'm very excited to see how each of these teams play out. I'm not 100% sure where Team Engage is going to fall into things. We know that Minty will be a sub and I believe a manager for the team as well, and he's been pretty familiar with the Engage system. So I'm curious to see where they fall into that. Chat, let us know. Microphones?
I'm saying microphones in chat if you can hear me. And so yeah, engage.
They're
Team
saying nay, nay.
Nay, never.
It's so
You're
funny.
I love this. Having to use emotes to work out what's going wrong. So, yes, Team Engage. Reason Gaming
Yes.
reached out to Team Engage. The roster of Reason Gaming, shall I say, reached out to Team Engage after the Stage 1 relegations, Keg, wanting to compete in this league. And Engage agreed to pick them up. So they are very excited to get involved here. They've taken nearly the same roster from Reason Gaming. A couple of other players have gone elsewhere, but it is a roster that has great Ignite experience. So I'm expecting them to do well.
Okay, so give me a percentage. Realistically, from this league, what's the percentage of Team Engage making it to Ignite?
I'm gonna give them a high percentage. You know, I think they've got the
Okay.
experience from Ignite. I'm gonna throw 76%. I'm gonna throw that out there.
76%. You should have flipped it around, man. Damn, you did that on purpose.
Maybe.
Well, we do have other teams too that could be a contenders to defeat Team Engage and ensure they don't make their Ignite run. There's Planet Sanage, there's Triple T, wonder what that stands for, Menace, and G5. So G5, of course, went under a different name. They're now under G5 now because of social media, and so we're gonna be seeing how those teams play it out. I mean, G5 was the team of qualifiers. They defeated everybody and their mother. Nobody else came close. I could see maybe because you've been hyping them up so much, Tano, maybe G5 and Team Engage for grand finals.
For me, it's going to be a mixture between 4 teams there, bro. So G5,
Okay.
you're absolutely right. They have dominated the grassroots scene. They've done quite well in MRC recently, and they were the team to watch in the qualifiers. Doncor right behind them, buddy. They competed extremely well in the qualifiers, so I think they're ones that you have to keep a close eye on, and they will be out for blood against G5 with how they managed to defeat them. But for me, you've got to keep an eye on Planet Zanage as well, buddy. They, of course, they've gone through a couple of things recently with what was going on in the esports side of things, but they have competed extremely well in MRC, and they're a well-known team that people will always keep an eye on.
That's right. Planet Sanage, I believe, had a little bit of controversy recently. And so, they're in this league. They want to rebuild themselves, repair that reputation. It is what it is. First of all, want to say Triple T's logo is so goofy. It's Tung 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 Sahur with the little buggy arm, dude. That's so, that's creative, but it's also like, oh my god, man, that's crazy. I don't know how I feel about Doncor in this matchup because for Engage, before the start of this league, when it was all entirely grassroots, Doncor was the team that would win all the tournaments. The problem, though, is that now that there's, frankly, I feel better teams coming into this, I think they're going to get outpaced.
I think that's a really good point to bring up, buddy. I think we're going to have to keep a close eye on how they get on. They have competed against most teams here throughout this season in the grassroots, at least, other than I'd probably imagine Delete the VOD. So they do well. They competed extremely well in the qualifiers, as we said. The only team that they haven't really gone up against here, I think, so far recently, is going to be Delete the VOD and Team Engage. So got to keep a close eye on that. But this first game coming up is going to be Doncor, Delete the VOD. So that's the big one.
Yeah, Delete the VOD and Team Engage are two of the big unknown factors for me in this league. They're either going to do very well or not do very well for week 1. And then I could easily see both of these teams being an opportunity to shape things up and look a lot better going into week 2 if they don't have a great run. But I don't know, week 1 is going to be the experimental week for a lot of these teams to figure out, where are they going to stand, who needs to improve, who doesn't need to improve. But word on the street, I believe is that we
Ooh.
are just about ready for game number one between Delete the VOD and Team Dawncore. We get to have the fan favorites against an unknown factor in this equation. Who's going to win? Who will lose? I simply don't know. But it won't be me casting. I'm your little old host for this league. It's me, Spartantano, and Flannels on the mic with each other. And let me tell you, they are a dynamic duo. And I really can't wait to see how y'all pop off.
Yeah, it's going to be one heck of a set as we get ready to kick it off. Just waiting to move on over to bringing in the legend that is Flannels as we have a look at some of the rosters here that we're going to be competing in this game. I think we have, I believe, I'm just waiting for production to confirm, a graphic to show the rosters and the individuals that will be competing.
I believe so. Question mark.
Maybe.
Maybe.
1 second.
I was told to throw. I threw. We are going to find out. So yeah, the rosters would be interesting to see. I'm curious about the graphic. Well, in the meantime, let's play our favorite stalling game, my friend. What else is in your background today?
Oh my god. Okay. I mean, listen, it's got a mixture of everything. Nothing new, but let's say, can you maybe pick out your favorite franchise there, buddy? So obviously we've got.
I see Fat Pikachu.
You do. Let me see if I can point straight to him.
Is he plastic or is he squishy?
Plastic. Yeah.
Oh, dude, they should get like a little stress ball, Fat Pikachu.
I have a couple of squishies. I really want a squishy Jeff the Landshark. That's what I need.
Yeah. Oh,
it's missing.
I went to a store recently and they had so much Jeff merchandise, and I'm like,
oh. And you didn't send me any?
Shipping is expensive.
Come on, Keg. You gotta send me it, bro.
Well, no, so I'm thinking like, okay, I'll wear these on stream. There we go. There's our roster.
All right. I mean, yeah, listen, I'll walk us through this one, buddy. It is, of course, Dawncore. Froston, Sapatic, M2K, Maddie, Krabby, and CrossFit is making out this roster so far. They are a very experienced team, all one above all, of course, in ranked. And keep an eye on Sapatic. Absolutely beautiful effort that we saw out of them in the qualifiers, mate.
Yeah, this was a very fun team to watch overall. Sapatic, of course, was one of those players that was simply popping off in the early parts of the upper bracket. I think starting off on the Black Widow was the one to really make a name for themselves in the officials. Started to get outpaced by a lot of G5 members, I will say, but Sapatic outside that matchup was truly popping off. Froston was there as the follow-up duelist. Really loved how he played it out too.
You know what? After watching those games, I actually went into some quick play. I'm a strategist, main chat. I tried DPS, it ain't for me. But I actually went into some quick play to play the Black Widow and had a redonkulous amount of fun. So shout out to Sapatic inspiring me with that one, buddy. But let's have a look at the team that they're going to be competing against. I believe it's Delete the VOD. Production, if we can bring up that roster. Keg, you're going to have to say these names to me, bro. Oh, wait. No, we're back. Hi.
We are playing. You know what? I'm ready, man. Let me put on my arm sleeve. I'm so ready to go, dude. That's right. I am Delete the VOD. That's why it's called that, because my performance is going to be so exemplary that you have no choice but to delete the VOD afterwards. I'm ready, man.
You got to give us that again now that you've got that on, buddy.
Oh, what, this? Yeah, this is my Bucky arm, dude. Call me Triple T, dude.
I love it.
Dude. I'm so ready, man. Well, we are waiting for our roster for Delete the VOD to come on by. We've been told by production we cannot play the I Spy game anymore. So let's play a different game. Let's do I Spy, but without mentioning licensed IPs. I see a white-haired individual.
I need to get a green screen.
A blue tunic.
Yeah, I mean, still not as good as a Psylocke.
Character is that? Well,
right?
That's safe. That's safe.
Yeah, that's safe. Actually, Marvel Rivals.
Oh, hey! It's delete the
delete
VOD.
the V.
Yes, delete the V. Okay. So this again, a team I have not seen before. These are players, frankly, I'm unfamiliar with. So I'd be very curious to see how it all plays out. I think from the clues I've gathered here, looking at Rakino as the Daredevil, definitely want to be on the lookout for him, because if we have a dedicated brawler on this team alongside Mo or Ma, who I assume will probably be like a hit scan like Elsa, you need to keep an eye on them because that could be a very scary duo in season 9.
Yeah, so a couple of these players have come from Silent Nova and Lions that have previously been competing in MRC. So they a lot of experience here, Keg. Top twos within MRC, top one previously, season 4 for FSX. I don't really know how to pronounce that, and I don't want to butcher it. But these players,
I think it's physics.
that makes a lot of sense. But a lot of these players, they're from Saudi Arabia. So this is a really experienced team that play together in the same country. So this is exciting. And I cannot wait to see them go up against Donkor.
I think the important thing too is that if they're all within the same country, they all have similar ping. You're not gonna have one player
Facts.
at like 120 ping. That's something that sometimes we have struggles with over in Pacific, where you'll have one player that just has like 300 ping and everyone else is like at 100. So that makes a bigger deal than you expect, right? Because everyone's on the same plane. There's no latency. I think that could be a big advantage for this team.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think, it's all about the team synergy at the moment. And with Donkor, whilst they have been playing together for a little bit, this is the new Donkor roster. Of course, Maddie created the roster a while ago. They got picked up by Pulsar Gaming. They went and competed. Reset, come out of that whole situation and wants to compete with a new roster in Donkor. Has brought a couple of the previous players with him, but this is the new Donkor that is competing in this grassroots season. So it's the comparing of a team that has played together in the same country for so long, that team synergy versus Donkor still building their team synergy. So got to keep an eye on that, Keg.
That's gonna be really interesting too, right? Because you mentioned Delete the VOD was in the top 2 for their MRC run. Dawncore again, they've been there's a silver place winner when it came to the qualifiers last week. They've been consistent both in MRC and of course in the grassroots for Engage. Do we think that maybe still that upper MRC experience is gonna allow Delete the VOD to take over and win this series?
It's very possible. I think this is the time for Donkor to show us what they've got, to show us what they're capable of here, Keg, because it's true competition in Delete the VOD, really high MRC competition. That's what this Tier 2 league is all about. It's about improving and showing that you can just about make it and compete here in the T1 leagues.
That's right, showing it off, seeing if we can improve what could possibly be done for these teams to show off everything that they've been working hard for. Speaking of which, though, now we have our 2 amazing casters on the board. It's going to be Spartantano and Flannels taking it away for game number 1.
Let's go. Flannels, can you hear me, buddy? Welcome on in. I know we've still got Keg on the screen so far, but hello, how are you doing?
Fine, happy to be here. Looking forward to another exciting week of matches, especially now that we also get to have some new faces in the scene for our teams to mix it up a little bit with the competition that we got to see from qualifiers.
Yes, cannot wait to see how these get on because, of course, Donkor have competed in the qualifiers last week. They're feeling like they're understanding how this league is going to shake out. But, of course, it's the first time on the field here in this league for Delete the VOD. So are they going to come out of the gate swinging? I fully expect them to do so, mate.
Absolutely. And I think all eyes right now for all of these teams are on G5 as they had a incredible run through qualifiers, not dropping a series. So, that's going to be who everybody is going to be looking at as that pinnacle team to take down throughout this league. And, anybody who is able to do so, they're going to feel pretty good about themselves. But G5, I imagine, are going to be looking to have another undefeated run, but there's definitely going to be some competitors along the way.
Yeah, and the joy of it being a league is that, of course, there is plenty of weeks for you to, if you do lose that game or lose a couple of series, you have the opportunity to turn it around after working through the VODs. I mean, we've got Delete the VOD here, but working through the VODs once you've competed, improving, it's that chance to spend the entire, 8 weeks getting better against competition that is the same, if not better than you. Completely different to a standard, 2-3 day tournament. So, excited to get it all kicking off here, but also for these teams to get better as we get deeper into these weeks, Flannels.
Yeah, and I believe we are hearing that the game is ready to get started. So we're going to get
Ooh.
ready to send us on into game 1 of the day. And, as always, we're going to be starting on domination.
I'm gonna call it Hell's Heaven. Is it gonna be Hell's Heaven? It's always Hell's Heaven somewhere. It's Hell's Heaven.
Oh, dang.
But the thing to talk about is, of course, with Season 9, all of these team-ups, it is felt, at least here from what we've been seeing, that nearly every single hero is at least usable or pick-upable, and you're able to get some sort of out of it. So seeing how the meta has shaken up here in the T2 side of things has been really interesting.
We got to see a nice array of different things during the qualifiers. It'll definitely be interesting to see as this league goes on how things change, because that's going to be the one thing that's going to be really important for these teams is how they adapt to the changing meta, because this league is going to go on for more than just one season. There are going to be balance changes that do occur, so the teams that are able to adapt quickly in those patches, they're going to have a nice advantage. That might be where there's an opportunity to maybe catch G5 off guard, fresh up from the patch change and get yourself a little victory. But people are going to have to make sure to put in the time practice themselves to be able to make that happen.
Absolutely. And looking at the bans here, no surprises. Mantis seems to be the go-to ban for both teams, just how strong she currently is with her team-ups as well. The protect for Gambit goes over to the side of delete the VOD, and they also ban it out for Dawncore. So they have the one-sided Gambit, but Dawncore now with a one-sided Magneto here, Flannels.
Yeah, along with right now, that one looking like it's going to be a one-sided L side. I was very surprised to see the Magneto save in the top side and not allow the Gambit. So I guess they themselves just don't particularly put a heavy value onto Gambit currently, and definitely are prioritizing that Magneto, which, as everybody knows, Magneto right now, he's better with the base team up. So you're not going to see any Wandas coming through. You don't have to worry about that. And Elsa, though, still very much apparent as a hit scan duelist. Even after everything that's happened, she's still, right back there competing at the very highest level for that spot over Hela, over Phoenix for a lot of people, and even the more newly introduced Cyclops. So it's just, and she's also just a lot of fun to play and watch. Very playmaking intensive duelist.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of a duelist that does a bit of everything, to be honest. Loki is going to be protected here by delete the VOD. And of course, right now you do see that typically if you can't get the Mantis, they are looking to grab at that Loki, especially with their team-ups as well. So getting that double save. Let's have a look what they're going to select as we're about to come on out of the gates. The slight difference, of course, it is domination. So plenty of opportunity for that AoE damage. You know exactly where people are going to be. Not that many flank lanes compared to what we see on the side of Convoy.
Well, and like we saw previously, they did ban out that Widow, which was something that Sapatic did like to play, but we are seeing them look to come out with a triple strategist at the moment, which in the past, Dawncore Sapatic came out on Storm in that situation, and that might be exactly what we're seeing here again, that solo Storm duelist, which has been a very refreshing character to see with that hit scan team up, making her a bit more interesting to play, getting headshot damage and everything involved. But they're going to have to deal with the tempo of what Delete the VOD has at their disposal. Double Gambit team up, also having Rogue with that. And, just Winter Soldier is still just firing nukes down main. And even more so with, the team ups being able to get instinct and whatnot. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to deal with that overall.
Yeah, I do like that those strategists on the side of Dawncore do a decent amount of damage themselves. And we do have the Thing, one of the best vanguards currently in the game, and is very capable of handling quite a bit of damage and dive coming their way. Let's see the approach that Dawncore want to take. Going to go around this left side. Was very aware of a possible portal coming through. It's going to be let loose instantly here, but he getting grabbed is going to be Frosted. Has to go straight up with that domain, and it looks like Delete the VOD have caught them instantly by surprise. Bubble on Mag, but it ain't going to be enough. Rogue in the face, Strange zoning them off. Delete the VOD with a clean up there.
You know, that's one scary thing that we got to see right there, and they just did it for the opening play. Raikkonen already swapping back over off of that Magic, utilizing the Magic team up with having Strange in play and just chaining the entirety of Dawncore together to allow for such a coordinated strike on everybody without giving them an opportunity to spread out. And now they're going to have the positioning for the high ground as Dawncore looks to make their way back onto the point. But, you know, it's a very exciting play to see them make. And now Delete the VOD is on a triple Vanguard lineup. So very brawly, very bulky front line. That's going to be difficult for Dawncore to break through at this time as CrossFit falls once again, and they're being pushed back towards their spawn. Delete the VOD not relenting whatsoever and keeping the pressure up since the beginning.
Yeah, you know what? Delete the VOD have recognized they only have one duelist on the field right now. They're going to be relying on the damage coming out of that storm and realistically whatever the strategist can do. So throw yourself on with more Vanguards, give yourself a bigger HP pool, make yourself even harder to take down, and you force Dawncore to be the ones that have to consider alternating this comp at the moment, looking for the flank coming out here from that Deadpool. Vanpool's going straight on in here, going to pick up a pick instantly, and with Frosting gone down as well, will rebound. We come back from that cocoon, but Buddy, right now, both approaches in the front line, in the flank. Delete the VOD have every answer to Dawncore.
That was a beautiful flank by Raikkonen there, and just excellent execution. And unfortunately, you know, even though Frostin got revived himself, cocooned, but he still didn't have Karmic Revival available. So even though there was a situation for him to come back, you know, not able to get any value off of it. So now he has to be really careful to not go down again as pressure comes through. Sympathetic finally finding an elimination there, taking down one. And we are going to see Dawncore getting some blood in the water at last, but Mo firing back, taking out the only duelist on the side of Dawncore, but they're going to get revived. It's not going to be over yet as it's just a bit of a stall out on point. VOD needing to take a moment though to regroup as they just don't have that same type of revivability that Dawncore is running to sustain off of that exchange. But they got multiple ults online, including a Raging Royal Flush, so they're going to be ready to fire off here in just a moment.
Yeah, definitely. We do have the Fate of Both Worlds just about ready for M2K, but it is the fact that with 97% of that objective cap, Delete the VOD have the time and the space to regroup and re-engage in the middle of this. If they can just get a good flank off here, look for someone. F2K Physics is going to lock that one down, but Bing is straight back up. There was the bubble as well. Clawbrain time comes on through. Strange is going to block that off with a huge shield, though. Here comes the Fate of the Both Worlds from M2K, trying to keep Dawncore on the fight. There is an Eye of Agamotto, trying to throw in the Meteor M, finds the pick, does CrossFit. Main is gone. Delete the VOD, losing their main damage right at the moment. Dawncore can't hold strong though, because they don't have enough damage on the field here, Flannels. Sympathetic is spawned back. We do see that Karmic Revival, but the damage coming in from Rikeho is too much on the point at the moment. Frosted relying on those heals for their team, and that has flipped it over to the side to Dawncore in an instant. It felt like Delete the VOD had that, but it was all on the back of that Karmic Revival, Flannels.
Yeah, we really only saw the main member Sweeks really get the full value of that Karmic Revival, but you know, the state that thing is in right now, that's a very important revival to come back. It's a complete disruptor who's also able to just kind of get in there and bully not only in the front line, but also the back line. Thing from Zero to Hero just being a bit of a niche pick of previously in prior seasons to now being kind of an all-around Vanguard, able to do everything. Raging Royal Flush popped here though off of the copy, looking to push right back in and take him out. CYA is out. They're going to keep things stabilized inside that room, but Sweeks finding that elim, and Sympathetic getting some value here off of the ult. Finally, that was the biggest detriment for them during qualifiers, but not this time, getting that isolated elimination as time is running out and the percent is ticking through, and it is not going to be in time for Delete the VOD to touch. So Dawncore coming in and taking map 1.
Tell you what, you got to give it to them for sticking to that comp. We saw the adjustment onto the Vanguards for Delete the VOD, knowing that they only had Sympathetic on that duelist role, but they committed to it, did Dawncore. And as soon as they did manage to cap that objective, they were just playing off the back of Thing with those strategists, plenty of heals coming through. And that's all they had to rely on with the team up for Storm as well. So you got to give it to them there, Flannels. It felt like Delete the VOD had the answer, but they just refused to break there.
And we're seeing, you know, right there, Sympathetic, great performance through and through, but CrossFit cannot be disregarded. You know, that Meteor M with the the snipe dunk on that Meteor M to eliminate Mo at the start of that, really in the middle of that important fight to eliminate the primary duelist for VOD. And, he had the Kraken impact available and everything. So that definitely played a role on a situation for VOD to completely win that fight over. But unfortunately, VOD just didn't have that same sustain. I mean, it's tough. Doncor is basically running like a different variant of a res comp with that Rocket Raccoon to bring back Sapatic, and then also having Karmic Revival. So it's just a lot to deal with. And already we're seeing Sapatic putting in a lot of pressure, but the Heartbreaker is coming out immediately from VOD as they want to go foot to the pedal right away.
Oh, I'm loving the peel from Sweeks here as well, though. It just feels like Delete the VOD looking for those picks on Sapatic, on those strategies, but great kill coming out from Thing, although that was a great dive down from Physics here. Manages to find 2. Advantage Delete the VOD at the moment. Gonna pop out the clobbering time from Sweeks. That's gonna lock down at least 1. Can they find the KO? They do on the back of CrossFit, but there is gonna be the ult coming out from Gambit, pairing that with Vanguard. And it feels like Delete the VOD with these ults are gonna be able to hold this point, but not with Sweeks in their face right now. Fate of the Both Worlds is gonna turn that around. M2K is going to keep Doncor on this point. With that Meteor M, you might not find the pick, but you get some plenty of damage, and it sends Delete the VOD off the point.
Sapatic cleaning up all of that pressure that CrossFit was putting out. Mag is just such a menace now with that team up at his disposal from the original Season 0. And it's just, he is able to do so much as a Vanguard now out here on the front lines. And Sapatic's just doing a great job of cleaning that up. VOD trying to figure out what they want to do, changing up their duelist situation a little bit. Now coming out with that 2-2-2, but right now, Doncor looking pretty comfortable not using that Gambit at their disposal and definitely prioritizing that Magneto. The Psionic Seduction, unfortunately, getting disrupted there for Shari, so that's going to be really disruptive for VOD's initial engage. They are going to have the Raging Royal Flush to push in right now, but CYA is going to counteract it entirely.
Ooh, and Song Inferno trying to find a pick there as well. Mo's not able to get much out of it, but it has at least backed off Doncor from this checkpoint. Can they cap it, though? Because they're straight back on it. Omega Hurricane coming straight in on the flank here from Sapatic. Has to be wary of their current HP pool, but they're comfortable picking up that one. And Sweeks does fall down. There's to give the advantage to Delete the VOD at the moment, but losing their main damage dealer again in the side of that Bucky now, pushing them onto the side of this spawn point for Doncor, but it feels like they just always are back in the fight here, Flannels. Always have an answer. Psionic Seduction's going to come out from the area here. Going to try and find that with Meteor M is CrossFit, but it has been enough for them to stay alive at least.
Yeah, and unfortunately that Seduction not finding a full seduction on anyone, and CrossFit in the meantime getting that elimination. We do finally see Sweeks and Sapatic fall once again, but there it is. Ooh. Karmic Revival getting them immediately back into the action. So VOD is just in a full battle of attrition here, trying to take these players out, but every time they do, they're just right back once more. And here comes the CYA to just give them what they need to push VOD off the point. Overtime is there, but they just don't have an answer for it. A great hook coming out there by Rika, though, and they are going to find not quite the elimination, unfortunately. And Doncor now, they have the Fate of Both Worlds ready to go to stabilize on the next push.
Oh, going to use that. Got a Mischief popped out here as well. Oh my God, Delete the VOD, though. Just annihilated, mate. That was so clean from Doncor, and I think you were absolutely spot on. The war of attrition was lost from Delete the VOD there. It felt like Doncor, as soon as they lost a player, you were right with the BRB coming out from Rocket, usually pulling back their thing, pulling back Sweeks or pulling back Sapatic, and then again, you had to take them down, and Delete the VOD just weren't able to find the double KO in that one. So really smart play from Doncor.
Very well performed by them across the board. I did like VOD initially. They came out very aggressive. They got a great pick, and that worked out very well for them. And they were able to fend off quite well for a while the, approaches of Doncor. But as soon as Doncor was really able to get back onto the point consistently, it was really difficult for them to be able to just get rid of them. They just would not go away. They were constantly coming back. I think it would be good for, I think what worked out really well for them was when, Rika was able to take a lot of different off angles on that Vanpool and get more flanking approaches to disrupt them quite a bit. But when they were just kind of head on back and forth, it was really difficult for VOD to be able to win that attrition overall.
Yeah, and the thing is, of course, we know how good of a Vanguard Thing is now, especially with the team ups. You pretty much are doing more damage, even though it was already in a pretty good position. So having that huge HP pool with that in the face of their team and the heals that are pumped into it anyway from 3 strategists and then a BRB. So if you do find that pick, Flannels, you're having to deal with that again very suddenly. And if the BRB goes elsewhere and it is going to be a team fight, you pop that Karmic Revival and you have that war of attrition that you talked about. And it was just Delete the VOD not being able to have the damage output and the picks to be able to take them team fights.
Well, and now the question is going to be here going forward for this ban phase between these two teams. Are Delete the VOD going to look to maybe get rid of something else instead first, or are they going to prioritize that Gambit again? Does Doncor look to go back and save Gambit now that it's off of domination? Because that was a very specific composition that they like to run for domination specifically. So I think in that situation, they're willing to give up the Gambit for their ideal triple strat revival setup that they're running, but that may not be the point that may not be the situation going forward onto Convoy and Convergence maps, where they probably run something maybe a little bit different.
Yeah, absolutely. It's completely different style of play in those different kind of game modes. Let's see how Doncor like to play it. I mean, typically they do like to stick with the rocket as much as they can, so at least they go for the BRB, but you have that amplifier so frequently as well, so it's always going to be a good shout knowing that Maddie is so comfortable on that hero. Now, on the side of Delete the VOD, because you were right, they were really aggressive. They came out, they got some really clean picks. We had some really good flanking angles coming out from the Vanguard as well, so it could be quite suited for Convoy with the way that they play. Of course, you do typically have those extra sort of lanes that you can move down to look for those left, those right flanks. And it felt like when that was happening, Flannels, that was a problem for Doncor.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's gonna be tricky now that we're moving into a different map type. The teams are gonna make their adjustments. They're gonna see what their approaches are going to be now, and you get to be a little more reactive to certain things because you have a different setup that you like to do on offense, a different setup for defense. But we're going to see how that is going, as it looks like we're ready to get map 2 underway, and we're going to see what these teams are looking at for this ban phase.
Yeah, looking like it's going to be Midtown here, and one of my favorite maps to play in the game, actually. So let's see the approach that they want to take. This is usually where we see bunker comps coming out, especially on the defense. Let's see if that's the approach that one of these teams go for. I love these sort of introductions to the maps that we get to see here, mate. It's so good.
Well, I'm just happy that, it's not museum. So, hey, I'm thrilled. I'm stoked. I'm ready to go. We're going to get to see not that museum once again.
I'm so with you, my guy. I'm expecting the first bans to be Mantis out of the gates. I think both teams are probably going to stick with that throughout the entirety of this set.
I think that's very likely to see. Mantis just having proven to be currently so good as a strategist in a double setup, and is still, very much able to be there in triple. And it looks like we actually have a missed ban on the side of VOD. So we'll see how that goes going forward, but that's going to be a nice, and it looks like they're going to prioritize that Gambit again, though.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you can grab it, why not? It's still one of the best strategists in the game. That ultimate is just so offensively suited that it's always going to be a great pickup. And then you have the team up now with Magneto, where you can just throw down them sort of bubble of cards that does healing, does push, and with the team up, does a decent bit of damage as well. So a great all-round strategist once again. Elsa will be banned out here by Doncor. Are they going to go for the protect themselves and look for that one-sided Elsa? No, of course, yes.
No, yeah, they have the Mantis open. That missed. That That's
Wow.
that could be very lethal for Delete the VOD here, missing that first ban and allowing for the Mantis to get through, because now you almost have to also ban Gambit, because do you want to let them to let them have Mantis and Gambit, or they are definitely going to go for the Loki so that they can't double up, but that's tough.
Yeah, it really is. And to be fair, you know, they have access to the Star-Lord, which is already a pretty good duelist in the game at the moment, but gives that added bonus to Mantis where you don't have to double heal onto someone for that burst of healing in AoE. You just do it the once. So I would be looking at that possible ban. Magneto is going to be banned out here by Dawncore. Black Widow still getting that attention from Delete the VOD.
Man, they're going to save it once again. So one-sided mag, it worked out so well for them. And, now they're going to have Mantis on their side as well to just have consistent, steady healing and damage amplification for their duelist. There's going to be a lot of pressure coming through. I don't know about the Atom ban, because I feel like Dawncore doesn't run that triple strat lineup nearly as much in Convoy and Convergence, and it's really just for the Domination series. So, I know it's a fear, but at least they're going to have a one-sided Loki to be able to get those copies off. But this is a very tough ban line for Delete the VOD, unfortunately.
Yeah, even just the missed ban, but I'm completely with you. I just do not see Dawncore looking to play the Atom in this nevertheless. So I would have gone for that. Even if they're not going to play Star-Lord, you need to ban that out because of how good that team up is with Mantis. But anyway, let's see how they go here, buddy. We're looking to get the locks in. Delete the VOD slightly on the back foot, just based off this ban phase.
Dawncore, they didn't even have to, worry about saving Gambit because it was never banned. That wasn't even an option. So if they really do want to run it at some point, they can still. And that's just very difficult. But it looks like VOD is going to come out with an interesting setup here early on. I don't know if this is going to stick. They're in spawn room. They're surely figuring it out. I was like, they're not gonna walk out with just a rocket. But I did like the initial look of a double flyer comp to come through, and Torch still definitely a character that a lot of people have difficulty with, and he can eliminate people very quickly when given the opportunity, but they are going to be coming out with that Gambit instead. So still a lot of aggression at the side of Delete the VOD, having that Storm as well.
We are looking for the sort of bunker plays here on the side of Dawncore. Going to throw down the Penny. CrossFit already for this off angle coming out from Delete the VOD. Going to have that sword in their face. Now it's all about protecting this Penny nest, relying on the Punisher to get that damage down this lane. Let's see if Delete the VOD have the answer, though. They're going to need to look for some flanks here, but that's going to be so difficult to find.
And the infinite ammo is already out. That is something that they are going to be able to make use of, and that's going to allow you to really push back VOD consistently. And they're already going to have to use their BRB for Rash to come back in here. Disrupted. That was a beautiful disrupt on Shari, and that is so unfortunate for Delete the VOD as they were looking for that opportunity to get that pick. But right now, you've just got a Punisher sitting on the payload with Storm, damage amped, and you're fighting a little bit backwards right now. Dawncore is coming from the offense spawn, while Delete the VOD is positioned almost like their defense right now, getting backed up into a corner, trying to avoid this Penny pressure. And, Penny being a character that now also has a shield, but Mo doesn't care. The infinite ammo coming through, finding two, and that is going to be Delete the VOD. Group effort wiping out Dawncore as they're going to be able to move this payload towards the end of this checkpoint.
I mean, you're witnessing why Rocket is such a popular pick, even in Tier 1. It's the fact that you have that amplifier so frequently, the BRB is so important, and then, of course, the team up now with the infinite ammo as well. M2K gets a pick straight off the bat here, but are they going to be able to hold strong? Invisible Boundary is going to go down. Sapadic looking for that Judge Jury Executioner indeed. Finds Mo straight off the gate. We do have an Omega Hurricane coming in from Raka. They're just going to have to hide behind the bus, knowing that that final judgment was out, and Sapadic does do enough to back Delete the VOD around the corner. It feels like this game is going to be a matchup of these Punishers here, Flannels.
Absolutely. Sapatic getting that shotgun round out, which is so impressive. I know so many people dislike the shotgun from it, but here comes the final judgment on the side of Delete the VOD now, but immediately CrossFit throws it back down. Meteor M in style, finding that quick elimination, and Doncor is going to route Delete the VOD very quickly here with a double elim and make them have to regroup.
That was insane. A Kobe shot coming on out from CrossFit, and that changes the team fight entirely. If he doesn't find that pick there, Delete the VOD have all the momentum that they need to flip that, and that is why Marvel Rivals often comes down to those magnificent plays from magnificent individuals like CrossFit in that moment. Now, we've burnt down a lot of time here, Flannels. Delete the VOD are on the back foot. They've got 1:10 left on the clock, couple of team fights in them before they're going to have to look for that portal play.
That portal play is going to be important. We are finally going to see the band hammer come through, but the Sonic Seduction is coming back as well as supported, but the CYA is out. Sapatic finding that trade on the other Punisher, though, right away. Frosting getting revived, but Maddie wants in on the action, taking out Riken as the Rocket Raccoon. You got to remember, that Gatling gun goes crazy when it gets close enough, and it is going to be Frosting and Sapatic cleaning up the members of VOD, and they're going to be able to regroup back to the point, and they're going to back off a little bit as VOD isn't quite looking at a portal play just yet. 30 seconds remaining, but they are swapping over to a Wolverine, hoping to take care of these front lines.
And boy, do they. I feel like Sweeks and CrossFit have been so difficult for them to get through. The only time they grab an advantage is when they do pull out a decent flank, which is going to be even harder to play in this position at the moment. Amplify is going to go down from Daddy here. Got the shotgun coming out from Sapatic. Going to get the shielding coming in from Magneto, but they've been backed around the corner at the moment as well. They only had that one ultimate to go. Rashid is going to pull out with the Raging Royal Flush as well, having to deal with the final judgment coming from Sapatic. But there's the invisible boundary. That's going to keep them on their feet. Froston does get frozen, does go weak, but doesn't get KO'd just yet. Playing around the corners is going to be Rashid now, but that ain't going to be enough here at all. The hold from Doncor is insurmountable at the moment. Can Delete the VOD find the answer? Van Hammer going to come through. Meteor M looking for it from CrossFit. Can they find their target? Yeet goes down. They don't damage. Connected on Wolverine, but is it going to find the pick? Here comes the portal play out as well from Mo. Quick enough onto the side of Delete the VOD, but with the BRB coming through, Froston looking for the freeze on Gambit. Finds it there, buddy, but can't get the KO to answer, but they have backed up Delete the VOD. Overtime is extended. They're ever so close to being able to find this cap as Doncor continue to hold strong.
And they are being relentless right now. VOD looking like the ones who are going for the full attrition. Beautiful final stand, finding multiples. Rykon's going to secure that elimination. It's going to be Delete the VOD, team-wise, coming through with multiple elims to fight their way through to that checkpoint and move into the second point. That was a incredible stalwart stall out by VOD, even on offense. Fortunately, that was why they were saving that portal, using it as a reinforcement for people to be able to come back in that final play, and it made all the difference. And immediately we're going to see an early portal come through by Doncor, looking to hold up this payload at the beginning of the point to burn as much time as they can. The infinite ammo already out, and they're playing a bit behind them right now, but the Sonic Seduction is going to back all of Doncor up as that CYA comes out.
I'm just not sure about this play at the moment. I mean, again, we're in a position where Delete the VOD are kind of more on the defending side. As the payload continues to progress here, they need to find picks very quickly to get benefit out of that one. Ibagamoto is going to land from Sweets, isn't able to find a pick, and we're about to have a Raging Royal Flush on the field after that amplifier here. Flannels, I'm not sure that was the play. You need that portal for when you have to contest. You've not even wasted that much time here. It continues to move.
And we saw a great elimination from CrossFit to take care of Rash, but he's got brought right back by the BRB and was able to get that Raging Royal Flush off. But now we're looking at a chance for the Kraken Impact to go crazy on the side of VOD, able to get one with their team, but they are not going to need to get a reset of again and again, as they are still just going to be able to whittle down Doncor bit by bit. But yeah, that portal play, while good in concept, because we've seen it so many times in Ignite from teams, they were just a little bit too behind the payload, and that payload never stopped moving. They were not able to get onto it to properly contest it, and even now that payload is just going to waltz right up to the second checkpoint, and they are going to keep this momentum rolling, but they only have 2 minutes to work with.
Oh, okay, going to go for the slam here, looking to see if they can find a racket, but they're going to go straight round the corner once again. Now we do have the final judgment coming out from Sapatic, looking for any pick that they can find, but they're still having to deal with all the way back here the Vanguards for Delete the VOD. It just feels like they've got themselves a decent amount of momentum now on the side of Delete the VOD. There's a pick coming through from Maddie, so gonna have to look to reset at least. Losing the Gambit, losing the Vanpool means that they've lost a huge amount of their sustain on this team.
Yeah, I mean, they had them split up there a little bit, and it was working out just there for them to be able to hold it off. But now Delete the VOD is regrouped, and they are pushing back out again. They have a couple ultimates coming online here in a moment. That Sonic Seduction is going to allow them to pretty much push Dawncore back once more. But CrossFit does have that Meteor M ready to go to either protect themselves or slam it down. The CYA is going to come out as well, though, from Dawncore in order to stabilize through it. But Rash isn't being bothered by it at all. Finding that Elim. Final stand coming up, crashing down, finding them. M2K eliminated, torn apart by Riken, and that's going to be a huge turnover for Delete the VOD as they are continuing to build up their ults as they are going to keep this momentum rolling into this final turn.
Bro, Rakane on this Wolverine has been a game changer for Delete the VOD. Literally, they nearly lost that fight until that last stand came out. Again, we witnessed it there in that moment. It just feels like they're finally having the answer to these Vanguards that Dawncore have been able to dominate with so far. Invisible Boundary is going to go up here from M2K. This is the last desperate death here to try and hold them. 20 seconds on the clock. Delete the VOD, desperate for it. Not able to find their targets just yet. There's a Raging Royal Flush coming on out. Looking for the Meteor. M is going to be CrossFit. Trying to pick their target. Manages to find them. But they're straight back in here. We're going to have a Kraken Impact landing. That's a double, boy. Mo does get taken down off the back of that double. CrossFit looking with the mighty sword to see if they can find the Vanpool. Good defense so far from Dawncore. We're about to hit overtime here, but it's time to let loose on the side of Delete the VOD. Do they have anything left, though? As Stapatic is going to pull out the final judgment. And with the portal getting played, this is the perfect moment to rip down these Vanguards.
And down into the back room, we see Sapatic looking to find that elimination, taking care of both of the back lines. So there's not going to be any assistance to keep their team alive, but it doesn't matter. Mo finally putting down Sapatic, but it's not going to be enough as he's going to be brought back, and Frosten will take care of Physics to wipe out the rest of the point. And they do manage to hold on at the last moment of the point and prevent them from getting a full cap. But that is a great push for Delete the VOD, considering they were almost put in a full hold.
Yeah, and you know what? Again, brilliant plays coming out from the Wolverine there. I feel like Rakane knew what their mission was as soon as they rotated onto that, and if it wasn't for those last stand plays, I think Dawncore would have been able to get a huge hold, but instead, Delete the VOD nearly push it the entire way. Like, yes, they don't have 3 points, so Dawncore do have a win condition coming into this attack here, but they pushed it one heck of a way, and it's not easy to be able to defend that all the way there.
You know, it's an important thing. We've heard a lot of pro teams, their coaches, players individually, they say it's so important for a team to be able to have a good Wolverine player, as it is just such an important character to have for disrupting Vanguards, for, you know, big playmaking moments. But it's just a really good character to have in your arsenal for a team if it is the answer to what the problem is overall. And, you know, right now, that was the answer for Delete the VOD overall. But now their turn for defense, and it's going to be interesting to see how Dawncore comes out with it. They have a very aggressive duelist lineup being paired up with their Vanguard, so it's going to be a bit tough for them.
It is, and we're going to be able to see these brilliant plays from Sapatic once again. Like, yes, does go down there, but pulled out so much of the team of Delete the VOD. That was the difference maker in being able to hold that payload again. So Bunker Comp looking for it on the side of Delete the VOD, looking for that triple Vanguard, triple strat line here. They do have a decent amount of damage on the side of Dawncore. The Elsa is going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on, although they have fallen at the moment. Looking for the ping play here is going to be Riker once again.
Ooh, a quick pick there from CrossFit, and immediately we're going to see Dawncore looking to try to build some momentum. Taking care of that Penny is going to alleviate a lot of that pressure on the defensive side for you to be able to work through it, but it's still a lot of Vanguards to work through on the side of Delete the VOD. And right now, VOD is just doing a great job of keeping everybody sustained, but Physics is dropping low, finally getting topped off, but Dobby's been low for a while. Rykon finally falling, M2K getting that pick on Mantis, and it is going to be Doncor still moving this payload slowly but surely as VOD is just trying to burn as much time as they can. But Sapatic and Frostin are finding Elim after Elim right now, and now CrossFit and Sweeks are getting in on it, but Doncor getting those big Elims, and they're going to be met by an early portal.
Delete the VOD want to stall this right now, right here. Burn down as much time as they can. Going to pull straight out of the portal here, but they've lost their Strange instantly. There is the Raging Royal Flush paired with a Kraken impact, and it doesn't get much better than that right now, Flannels. Doncor right now, Frostin has been the target that Delete the VOD cannot find. We saw Physics go for it around that corner, going for the chokeslam, but instantly got isolated. And it feels like this bookie is going to be a big problem for Delete the VOD.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to make a touch here after having already used the portal. So this is going to be first point to Doncor, and they're going to have a nice, comfortable 4.5 minutes to work with. And already we're seeing Swix on the top side in the middle looking to get some early pressure, almost getting a pick on that Emma. But now, oh, the terrain! The terrain disrupting the entangling prison. That's so unfortunate for Sweeks. Oh, you hate to see it. You gotta watch out for that terrain, the worst opponent for you to face. But Doncor, they still have a lot of time to work with and are gonna be aggressive, but Raikon already swapping over to that Wolverine, looking to see if that is the answer once again.
Oh, even with the Jeff bubble, ain't going to be enough just yet. Oh, they don't find Sweeks. That was going so close, but CrossFit finds Raikon, and that was the main issue for their Vanguards. Now they can get stuck into this fight. Silent Seduction's going to come out from Physics once again. Rashid has had to use the invisible boundary. We'll see the impact coming out from Mo as well. Looking for that revival. So Delete the VOD looking for the war of attrition here. As Doncor continues to fight on this payload. CrossFit getting pretty weak. Hasn't been found yet. Apex Predator is going to come on out from Panic. Can they find the KOs off the back of it now? No, the heals are too much. And here comes Raikon once again. Last stand connected. Picks up both Vanguards with it, Flannels, but can't find the KO.
It's a really unfortunate situation not being able to convert there, but just didn't have enough help. But it was also a great job by Doncor protecting their Vanguards in that situation. They were at such low HP for so long, and here comes the Royal Flush to advance Doncor full speed ahead as they are just going to clean up the remainders on the points. Sapatic and M2K finding those Elims, and the Cocoon is being used as well just to stall out a little bit longer. But this payload is going to be moving up into the final stretch of the second checkpoint. CrossFit looking to take an early angle here and go really aggressive, but gets kidnapped. Didn't see behind the wall was Raikon, and now CrossFit is in a really dangerous situation, but they're still not fully backing out. He's going to pay the price going down there.
Yeah, should have instantly gone on the retreat there. You had the bubble, you had the opportunity to get back to your team. They're going to go down, and now not having CrossFit just at the moment in this fight is going to be a huge game changer as Delete the VOD are able to get on the payload. I do like that Doncor accepted that situation, retreated around this corner, waiting for CrossFit to get back here, Flannels.
And fortunately for Sweeks here, there is no terrain to transform on him. So if he gets a good entangling prism, which he finds a couple off of it right now in front of the payload, it's going to be met with the Kraken impact. But before he can get the reset, he gets choked out of it, unfortunately. But now he's ready to go and find these Elims, and that's huge. You know, having a Loki gives you so many opportunities, but it's going to be again and again and again for Frostin once more. But he's this time maybe getting stuck on the wall, but no, he finds a clone. He's ready to go. He's keeping it rolling. Once more, Frostin, find him in the back line, retreating. Don't let him get away, and that is going to be all it is for Frostin. They are going to secure that checkpoint, but that is a huge series of Elims for Frostin to fight their way through. 3 minutes for Doncor to work with here to get the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they want to give this payload a speeding ticket, bro. It is moving at insane speeds here in this game. Doncor have had a brilliant answer and some good recognition of when they are defeated and when to regroup. Frostin looking for the upper ground here, and as we know from Kenobi, that is the position to be in. Jumps down now, though, looking to cause the grounding effect. Going to go on in with their Vanguards. Do lose Sweets, though. Raikon being the issue again as Delete the VOD have the slight advantage here, but again, Doncor will retreat back to the vehicle and wait for Sweets to get stuck in this fight again.
They do have that royal flush ready to go. So as soon as they want to say go, they can. And they're going to be able to have a really aggressive push for it. Frostin not too far off from his ultimate, building charge very quickly, already back up to 80%. But here comes the royal flush being pushed on both sides, but already Delete the VOD have lost 2 off of the initial exchange, including Davi. So that's really difficult. And there goes down Rash, Sapatic, and here comes Kraken Impact once more for Frostin. But the last stand is going to disrupt it with Mo finding that elimination on 1, but Frostin manages to take out Riken, so it is still momentum going for Doncor as Sapatic is cleaning up house, but it is going to be a last second stand here for Delete the VOD coming out of spawn one by one, looking to stall out as long as they can. Physics on that Venom just to be a continuous extender.
I mean, they do find it with a cat being there as well, so they're able to at least stop that vehicle continuing to move. But now it's a Meteor M coming in from behind, looking for the duelists. Can't find them just yet, but the backup damage is there from Frostin and Sapatic. Gonna use the mighty sword to find the KO on Davi. And that looks like Dawncore have done what needs to be done. They will win this set. Delete the VOD on the back foot here.
Yeah, I think unfortunately in this series, you know, that was a much better series overall by Delete the VOD. They played that very well and it was very close. However, I think they lost it in the ban phase with having that missed ban. You can't let that happen because having Mantis Gambit is so aggressive. You have 2 different ults that give your team move speed and the ability to just kind of run at the enemy team. One of them also, the ultimate, gives you some damage and some additional on hit stuff, but Mantis is able to give you individual damage amps. So it's just a lot of relentless pressure that's able to come out in that situation. And, you know, both of those being able to be let through is really difficult to deal with. So I think that Delete the VOD played it really well, but ban phase kind of where it all looked like it was going to be a problem.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, buddy. I mean, I will say I was surprised at how many early portal plays were thrown into that game there. We're going to pass over to our analysis. Can't get the words out of my mouth there because of how crazy that game was. But yeah, it feels like they want to go for those early portal plays, but the execution was lacking a little bit on both sides there, both Doncor and Delete the VOD. So let's throw it on over to the legends that is Keg and Sorin to walk us through the analysis, I got it right, of that game and how exciting that was. Bring them in, guys.
Howdy, that was an interesting first matchup to start off this league. Mr. Spartantano, well, your name does begin with an S, but we'll combine the names. You're Sorrentano now. Mr. Soren, the analyst, welcome to the desk here. There's a lot to talk about in only 2 short games. So, I mean, look, game 1 was Hell's Heaven. You know, it's a map, of course, but the comp was really interesting for Doncor, and this is really a running thread through both of these 2 maps that we saw with Doncor, was that each composition started off really slow. It was shaky, not a lot of confidence, and then just out of nowhere it ramps up.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing before I even break down that part, Keg, because I even want to mention something before we go on. So we have the overview, because there is going to be a lot of talk about Frostin during this, especially during this first part. And we obviously got information from teams, you know, little tidbits about them, their backstories for the players, and favorite characters and all that. The number one thing, the first thing that was written down for Frostin, by the way, just so everyone is aware, is that he claims and he promises he can play other heroes, but we still yell at him to play Bucky and Adam, and we can see why. Man, that player's really good at Bucky and Adam, and we saw it on Hell's Heaven. It was definitely a little bit of a slower start for Doncor, but this is actually a composition we've seen them play before. They played it throughout the entirety of qualifiers, and I mean, Keg, I even gave him a little bit of grief because I really did not think that there was enough damage built into this composition that it was going to work out. It's a very heavy res composition, though. And that does kind of balance it out, because the whole thing is that you're not trying to burst down your opponents. The goal is not to just wipe out the vanguard line, sweep through the point, take it early, and force a reset out from your opponents like every other comp in the game. That's not what you do. You have the BRB, you have the Adam Rez, also the Adam Cocoon, so he's able to come back on his own as well. You are just trying to stall. You are playing for that sustained fight where the fight is not, 30 seconds of high impact action. You are playing for that 2-minute long fight. And they definitely did start off a little bit rough, but that's also just kind of a side effect of Adam compositions. Adam's ult is really good. It's also very expensive. So we saw them kind of stutter out the gate. They were trying to get Adam to that ultimate. They were trying to get themselves in a good sequence of events where they could constantly have those reses available to them. They held the line at the very last second, denying them the full cap, 100-0 on point number 1. They came back and from 99-0 ended up winning 100-99. Then they full swept on map number 2. They got off to an incredibly good start. But then we also saw them have a rough start in map number 2, Keg.
Hold on. Before we get the map 2, we got to talk about that 0-99. How did Delete the VOD let that slip through their fingers?
Oh, man, I really do think it was just a struggle. It was a struggle against that resurrection composition. Because, again, we saw them play a pretty standard front to back. I believe they were rocking the Elsa. Or no, they were rocking the Bucky. Very strong front to back. It was also kind of built around maybe having to deal with dive, but that just was not the case. There was just a little bit too much of the resurrection capability built into that Dawn Core composition. It's one of those comps that once you start getting on the roll, it's really difficult because sure, you finally win a map, then it's your turn to defend, or you win a fight, it's your turn to defend on the point. The opponents, in this case, Delete the VOD, they push back out. They're able to find, one of their strategists. Should be doom and gloom, right? Well, no, it's because you have the BRB. Well, then you find the Adam Warlock, and you're like, oh, okay, well, there it is. But you forgot, Adam Warlock has the resurrection, the cocoon. And then after you find those 2 picks, and you're like, okay, we just need to find one more, you're able to find one, you're able to capitalize on it, maybe find 2, 3, it's looking doom and gloom. And then you hear Born Again behind you, and then suddenly you're realizing you don't have to remove the entirety of Dawn Core once. You have to do it twice, and for some of them, you have to do it 3 times. I think it is just a matter of we kept seeing Delete the VOD get wins, and they were small wins. They were able to find picks, but they could not find an overwhelming victory because their composition was not built for those extreme sustained fights. They wanted to burst through their opponents, which is not a good answer. We needed something, I think, a little bit more brawly, very frankly. Something a little bit more brawl for a little bit better sustain in the fight.
And they had the Daredevil in their roster menu before we even got into the game. I was expecting to see Daredevil, maybe like a magic, something brawly in there to help disrupt the bunker comp like that. But going into map 2, right, would have been the perfect opportunity, man. We never got to see it. And even if it wasn't the Adam comp coming out for Midtown, right, it was still a sustained comp with Frostin proving that he could play more than 2 different heroes. He went to Mantis and dominated in that same exact fashion.
Yeah, he did incredibly well, and I will give so much credit to Delete the VOD. I actually think they had a really good answer to the bunker composition, but then they struggled when they got to the actual, genuine just pushing the cart forward until they made a quick swap, but we'll get to that. I think they had probably one of the best answers to the bunker composition I've seen that is not just outright, hey, run Punisher, because they did, in fact, run Punisher. No Storm, but they did at least bring out one of the best Siege characters in the game that are able to deal with that bunker composition. But it was just really good target prio. They punished that Penny Parker. They removed Penny super early on into the fight when the cart was pushed up right to where the bunker wants to hold that cart for as long as possible, right at that 45-degree turn. And they were able to find Penny. Now, the thing is, Penny is usually the character, because of how mobile she is as the Vanguard. She's really good at kind of jumping out and getting back, and then jumping out and then getting back. So she's able to stall on the cart, then pull back to safety. Yes, very much so. Pull back to safety to get healing. But if you're able to target down the Penny, get her removed, which, mind you, they had the BRB. But BRB, it takes time to actually get the character back into the field. And they did so well at finding the Penny, putting the foot on the gas, pushing that bunker cup a little bit farther back into the restaurant, which meant no one was able to get in touch onto the point, and they were able to get the cart just past it. And that then swapped the map, which is why we saw them kind of looking like they were opposite sides, where suddenly the attack was kind of where the defense is typically supposed to be.
So let me ask you this. Would things have worked out better for Delete the VOD had they used their first ban?
Yeah. yeah. I mean, yeah. When you have access to all the bans. No, we haven't. Because I've been screaming it from the rooftops for the entirety of last week. I kind of figured anyone who was watching last week would remember. But no, if you watched last week, I am in the cult of Mantis. I think Mantis is the best option available right now in terms of strategist. Gambit's still good, but I don't think Gambit shapes the game like Mantis does in the current meta. Mantis can absolutely pretty much make any comp viable, which makes her terrifying. I think the one side at Mantis was absolutely crucial. I truly think that it's probably was supposed to be a Gambit ban for a Gambit one-side trade, and I still think, even in that case, I will say, I don't know if it would have worked out regardless, but obviously still denying the Gambit would have helped because we did see Don Cora pull it out. But if we are talking composition, I know you said that we did not get a brawl character like the DD coming out from the side of Delete the VOD, Riken, obviously one of their best heroes. But one thing I did like from them is the swap to the Wolverine. It was talked a little bit about by Spartan and Flannels, but I actually really like that pick because Wolverine, obviously really good tank shredder. He's a really good character that can swap or flip a fight pretty much on a whim. And the real value of him is not picking him outright. It's swapping to him, especially after there's long elongated fights like up against bunker compositions. You have a character that's pretty much already close to ult or has ult, but it's not going to make as much impact as that last stand. What you do is you make that swap over to Wolverine. You start with 50%. You're able to get back into the action really quickly, and his ult builds up so quickly that if you have those long fights like we saw, play out by the ambulance, he's able to get into the fight, build up his ultimate real quick, and then punish a tank before they even are truly aware that there's a Wolverine in play and the tanks need to play a little bit safer. And we saw that come out. We saw him. So it wasn't the DD, but I think they made really good swaps. I think that's the primary reason they were able to get past point number 1, because that was looking really good for a hold for Dawncore. But yeah, I think that swap really did make all the difference. But then again, we then saw the swap over to the second half, and that first ban, maybe it was supposed to be Bucky, because my lord, Frostin, we saw him well in the Atom, we saw him do well in the Mantis, we finally saw him on the Bucky, and again, we now know why the team yells at them to play either Atom or Bucky, because it's worth the pick.
So while we wrap up our analyst segment, let me ask you this last question. This was our first appearance of Delete the VOD. Of course, it was the first appearance of Dawncore. We saw them throughout the qualifiers. Don't need to talk about them as much. Delete the VOD. Where would we want to put them so far, given what we've seen from the qualifiers and what we can expect to see for the rest of the league? Where do you think with this first matchup we can place them so far?
Well, I will say I'm going to give them a little bit of credit. Mind you, they are the third place team coming out of this most recent MRC, so they are an incredibly good roster. They also did have 2 of their subs in. I'm not exactly sure why, but they did have, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, it was Mshari and Rashid. Both are not on their starting roster, at least not according to what we have available. So they did have 2 players, but at the same time, Dawncore also had 2 brand new players on their roster. They completely changed their front line from last week to this week. So I'm going to give them a little bit of credit. I still think they're going to be top half. I think Delete the VOD just need to kind of get the ball rolling a little bit. And I think as we get later and later into the weeks, they're going to look more and more like the Delete the VOD that we know that we're battling the top dogs at MRC for the past 2 MRCs.
Sounds great to me. Soren, not Spartan Tano, thank you so much for joining me. We'll be back later after our next series, or I think even before our next series. We'll figure it out. We'll see you in a few minutes. Champions,
Hello,
champions,
rivals,
champions,
and
champions.
welcome back
and
to
you
the
too are a
EMEA
champion for
Tier
being
2
here
League.
and watching the EMEA League. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Soren. We will be seeing the champions of the qualifiers from last week duking it out for a chance to maybe hold the title and run it back. But there is a caveat when they go up against Malediction in just a few minutes, Soren. Even though G5 won that championship, most of the team's been replaced.
Yeah, we are kind of experiencing a bit of a weird storyline here where GT5 times, now GT as we know them, they were incredibly dominant the entirety of the run last week. They only dropped, I think, 2 maps during the entirety of the event over 2 days, maybe 3. But they were incredibly dominant. However, all that's remaining is the Vanguard line. We now have a completely new DPS line. We have a whole new support line. KQ, the player that everyone kind of really latched on to. We were really watching them. They had some incredibly good gameplay on Black Widow. They're now on the subs bench. Meanwhile, Malediction, they came third, but at the same time, they kept pretty much their entire roster. They made one change, and I'm not sure quite yet. We're going to see the rosters here and what they're going to run out on the day. But at least according to their main roster, they've only made one change, and Psalm's coming out for Sovio, but Psalm's still on the bench. So they still have pretty much everyone. As we are going to look at G5, and completely different look past the Vanguard line. We still have Kellyan and Maverick, who were kind of the tip of the spear for a lot of it. But now we have Simba, who, if you're a fan of MRC, you know that name. Incredibly good hit scan player. We have Dark Pellet and Crash now. So I'm expecting a completely different style here because the entirety of the backline for this team has changed.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mbappe and Maverick were holding the line quite literally on the Maverick side back over in the qualifiers. So at least keeping the front line is still incredibly important for G5 to have that stable foundation. You were talking about how losing that back line could be the most pivotal aspect of G5 maybe not finding the same success they did last week. But a lot of people have been talking about Simba and Dark. Their stocks are way up. So, I don't want to put unfair pressure on any of these players, but I will. I think Pallet and Crash are the 2 players we have to look out for today.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as some of them are known. The joke is that they are one tricks, but that also when you have players who are known as one trick players. I mean, Pallet is kind of known to being a really good Jeff. You do have to start questioning of if they just ban away that one primary character that they play. Sure, they're a tier 2 player. They're gonna be incredibly good at most of the characters, but are they going to be able to hold up the same standard as if they were playing their main? So that's gonna be a big question for G5. That backline, I definitely think is the craziest thing or the scariest thing to really have been taken out, because obviously there was so much variation in DPS. The characters, I don't even know how many characters that there are, but if you ban away, the top dive character, there's 3 more to pick up who are just going to be as good. So it's very easy to kind of chop and change that DPS line. Strategists and how many characters they have available in their pool, if some of them become not available because you change out one player and they used to be good at Gambit, but the new player is not good at Gambit, that completely changes what compositions you can play.
So where's that going to put Malediction? Because they didn't make nearly as many roster swaps as the other teams did coming into this season. Are they going to find more success? They got the bronze medal. Does this mean maybe now they could go for silver, maybe even a gold?
It definitely puts them in the range of being able to take down this roster that was known as being unstoppable last week. I mean, I will say this is the updated roster. This is what they are running out with on the day. They do have one of their subs in Yuji. You can see them there on the Captain America up in the Vanguard line. They are one of their subs, which means Knife is not going to be playing today, which that is actually a pretty big hit. Knife is really good, specifically on the dive characters. So they are going to bring in Yuji. You can see obviously there the Captain America. So they're going to have still dive options available to them. But I mean, Challenge was incredibly good, especially on that strange Sunless on the Psylocke. That is going to be someone you really need to look out for. I think that you're going to be hearing the casters say their name a lot because they were putting up some incredible numbers. Same with Mickey. But obviously a lot of eyes are also going to be on Sovio because they're not just a sub filling in. They are a new name on the team. So we're going to have to wait and see how they fill in. But I think Malediction, the team chemistry is definitely going to give them a little bit of a buff in this instance. I'm expecting this to be far more competitive than we saw them be against G5 or GT in the last week.
Yeah, I think this will be very competitive, and I think a lot of teams have squeezed closer
G5.
even in that last week, realizing now what the strength and power for G5 have. But this is also a much larger ocean than we saw back in the qualifiers. G5 did incredibly well, but you have a lot of Ignite prospects and people with that top-level MRC and Ignite talent here in this league compared to the qualifiers. So I could easily see a reality where, with a major roster changes, a lot more unknowns for G5, they could go from the first place winning team to maybe the middle of the pack.
Yeah, they're going to really be relying on some of their new players to really step up. I think Simba is going to be the player that everyone is going to have to reference it back to. Does not, I believe, have any Ignite, qualifications as of right now, but they have had incredibly good runs in MRC. They're constantly in that talking point. I believe it's been top 3 for all the ones they've competed in, as far as I'm aware. So they are consistently on rosters that do incredibly well. That means a lot of the pressure is going to be on them. Plus, they are the hit scan, and right now, hit scan does kind of reign supreme. We are past the world where Daredevil was just the best option available. We are now in a world where Elsa is really, really strong. So expect hit scans like Elsa, even maybe a Black Widow. I don't know if Simba has been playing the Black Widow a lot, but maybe these players know a little bit of behind the scenes, and maybe we see more presence from her in the ban phase. But I'm expecting to see very rarely we get to see DPS targeting. I could see quite a few hit scans being taken off the board to kind of tamp Simba down a little bit.
Look, all I can hope is that each team actually uses all of their bans, and that's what we're going to find out here in just a few moments. We got Spartan Tunnel and Initialize on the line. Boys, take it away.
All right, here we go, buddy. Welcome on in, chat. Welcome on in, everybody. Very excited for this one. I've got Initialize on the mic with me. How are you doing today, buddy?
I am really, really good. As you can see, I'm in a slightly different environment than I normally am. I'm actually in a recording studio right now. So theoretically, the sound treatment is immaculate. But it means I'm on a slightly different setup. I'm very excited to be here. I've been all over the world recently doing casting all over the place. But I'm so excited to come back home to some Marvel Rivals, to be casting with you, Tano, as well. I don't know what Spartan number you are, but clearly whatever it is the number to my heart. That's what it is. We'll get as cheesy as we want, because this should be some very exciting tier 2 Marvel Rivals. Frankly, it's already been some good games going on over the last week and last day or so, and I can't wait to finally get stuck in, frankly.
Yeah, and it was this one that we've all been talking about. G5 is the team that everybody wants to keep their eye on in this league. Everybody feels like they are the team to beat, but just as we've heard from Sorin and Keg, some slight changes on their side of things. Malediction have stuck with their squad. They did get the bronze medal in the qualifiers, so it looks like this is going to be just as competitive as we were hoping for, buddy.
Yeah, exactly that. The thing is, on the other side for G5, if there was a squad that was coming in that people were going, yeah, these guys are in fact quite good at Marvel Rivals, they're right up there. Again, there are going to be a lot of our teams who've gone to higher levels of competition. People like Oleg are in rosters from like Planet Sainage, right? We all know how good they can be. But still, if you were looking for a contender here, and again, part of the reason we have got a tier 2 league in the first place is to train up some of these up-and-coming rookie rosters so they might not be quite so rookie anymore. And I think G5 are a roster, but by the end of this particular league, may well be one of our front runners. They've got a little ways to go to get there, I think, but they look real hot, at least coming in from that qualifier system.
They do, and as we've already mentioned, it is a league state here, so you do have plenty of weeks to improve, but Malediction are going to want to come out swinging. They did so well in those qualifiers. They do have a lot of experience on their team, but they have a couple of people that haven't even got an achievement in Marvel Rivals yet, but really showed themselves up. Sunless was incredible. I know Sorin has just highlighted their capability, so that is one player that we're going to be mentioning a lot during this broadcast, and the fact that they've not even got any achievement within Marvel Rivals just yet, that's what this tier 2 league is here for, Initialize, and that's exactly why we're excited to get stuck in this.
And indeed, speaking of getting stuck in, it sounds like we're going to somewhere a little bit more sunny, mate. I hear Krakoa is first up on the docket, so production, when you're ready, bring us on over and we'll get stuck into the meat of things.
Thank God it is not Hell's Heaven, buddy. All we see
every time.
It's going to get to the stage where it's going to be like that meme of like Wolverine with the picture. Eventually, you'll be like, where's Hell's Heaven? It's usually all we get, but now teams are rotating to Krakoa here, and I'm excited for a different style of map. We'll get into it. Let's see what the bans are going to be. So far, Mantis has been the go-to ban.
Just
for
don't
both
give her
teams.
up. Just she's so ridiculous. Again, for the longest time, Mantis was locked into those 3 strategist comps. Mantis Ultron was the combo you had to run, plus a strategist that was more healing focused. Not so much anymore. You can run those 2 strategist comps, and Mantis' increased healing potential has really just given her that edge to push her over even further. And when you start getting in some of her team ups and you start going, yeah, just don't give that hero up.
Nah, team-ups are so incredible, especially the Star-Lord one as well, who's already a hero that you might want on your side. Let's have a look, buddy. It is a domination map, so that may decide how these comps get chosen. We're expecting the double Mantis ban. Surely we don't see this team dodge the ban. Nope.
What a surprise! There we go. Guys, you're going to get used to that. The first ban will be Mantis nearly invariably. Then you start having discussions about things like, well, maybe an Elsa Protect, or do we look at a Gambit, of course, because you have to ban away that Mantis. It means that the Gambit slips on through. And again, that Raging Royal Flush, mate, is still Raging Royal Flush.
It is, and we do typically see a look for an Elsa here. That is going to be banned out by G5. Will they go for the Protect? Having a one-sided Elsa can be really important, but so is that Gambit. You want to make sure that you don't lose it. So that's the approach that G5 are going to take. Now, Initialize, for me, we've got a couple of players here that have showcased how good that rework of Black Widow currently is.
Oh, it's so dumb.
I wonder who's going to pull that out.
I've seen the clips. Let's leave it at that. I've been away working on all of these really cool events and stuff, but every time I was open my various social media feeds, it would just be to see the horrors that Black Widow was committing on various different maps. She's been changed very heavily. She ain't sniping so much, she's just hitting the full auto key right now.
Absolutely, and we do have double Magneto bans coming out here from both teams, recognizing Gambit on the field. Don't want to give that team up even more capability, so you'll take out one of the core vanguards here, even though just the basic team up of that Scarlet Witch is great for Magneto. So Vanpool is going to be the protect here for G5, another vanguard that, because of these team ups, has really done well in where they're at in the meta at the moment. DD, Daredevil ban for Malediction here.
Interesting, and not the Black Cat, which I think has largely been seen as the better sort of melee dive hero, but still, of course, Daredevil and that ability to do the scouting with that kind of, the map hacks effectively with that kind of fake UAV is still very, very strong. Looking at a potential Loki ban here as well, giving up Loki and Gambit for the potential double Raging Royal Flush. You really do stack the deck in your favor, every pun intended there. So they will get that Vanpool, which has been very, very strong. I wonder whether that potentially indicates something like a Hela, if they fancy getting the extra upgrade towards both the guns and the swords that the Deadpool can get to right now. But some fun lock-ins already. Crash going towards the Psylocke as well, which really feels like she's risen in priority again. And there is that Hela I began to wonder about with the Vanpool locked in.
Yeah, I think the Hela is probably considered the best sort of poke at the moment, the best hit scan with those team ups. Right now, though, what I am expecting, because if they are going to run that Daredevil here initialized, they do have a really good team up with Punisher, who is just known to be that output, that damage dealing output. But with that enhanced effect, basically you break shields and walls even quicker, which is just so good on a map like Domination when you do have something like, as we can see, Venoms coming out. You see those vanguards of the Emmas coming out, the Groots coming out. Punisher would be a good shout, but we'll see if that's going to be on the cards, because right now it looks like Sunless is entertaining the idea, so is Dark, of that Black Widow.
Still locked in for now. We'll see whether they stick with it. And again, if we do, we probably do a little bit of due diligence there in terms of some of the changes. You'll see, of course, for those of you who are coming in to Marvel Rivals, having not looked at Pro in a little while, might be wondering, well, hang on, how come Mickey's only got like half a green health bar? It's because we kind of got this regenerating shield that's come on in rather than people having these full health bars the entire time. Just reworked how some of these health bars are going to work for certain heroes, particularly our diving variants of things like the Venom, things like the Daredevil do have a slightly different look in terms of how they try to stay alive. And it does look like we are getting that double Black Widow.
Okay, going to keep an eye on that mirror match right now, though. Good dive onto nearly the entirety of that backline of G5.
Wait, he's in a swimsuit already. Works out quite well for the Daredevil.
Ready to go, buddy. He is eager to dive on in here. As we do see them dive in, trying to put some attention onto the side of the Emma. Malediction looks like they're going to go for some sort of flank play. Maverick happy on this point right now, and G5 uncontested to take that one, buddy.
Yeah, it does indeed manage to threaten that Deadpool off on the side as well. Gets that beam beginning to charge away. Can be quite annoying for the Venom to deal with as well. You go diving on in, immediately get choke slammed, can get quite dangerous into the Emma once she goes into that diamond form. Won't quite happen as yet. There's Crash on that back angle with the Gambit looking to keep people up and topped up. Keep an eye on Simba as well. And just so you know, guys, there may well be a couple Simbas playing today. They are two separate players, just with slight variations on the same name. Apparently, there will be two Kings of the Pride fighting it out. Ooh, speaking of fighting it out, though, Sunless gets headshot there, and Dark proves to be the better Black Widow for now.
Yes, indeed. Going to pop out the ultimate already on the side of Challenge. Looking for that banner hammer. It's going to be in your face and causing a problem. But Malediction are struggling to even stay on the point here. It's just uncontested as it feels like G5 are locking in the right pick. Simba comes out on top once again. And if you can't contest the duelist on the side of D5, you are not going to win this fight.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting to a game 5. It's a best of 3 to begin with, but it feels like G5 are playing like it. They look so dominant. Keep an eye on those ult charges as well. Kylian Mbappe, and yeah, that's a wonderful name. Thank you for that, Vanpool player. Alongside Dark, having already locked up those ult charges, ready and willing to go whenever they need it. Eyes on Pallet as well, who's not going to be far off their own ult available. The God of Mischief, pretty dangerous. Kylian Mbappe will also throw down that initial ban hammer. I think it was, didn't see it was a Dark on that flank angle, looking to get a few more of those shots down with the rifle. Has to be a little bit aware as in comes that Venom. Beginning to dive, doesn't really get as much done as I think they were hoping for, even with that R button press, begins to back away, and G5 continue to hold the point. Malediction, despite the dive options, despite the flank options, just can't get on point.
And I think just to let you know, the reason why we see this team up on the Black Widow is because that burst of damage, the explosion, becomes hit scan, and it does about 70 damage, so it's pretty much an execute. Crash is going to throw out the Raging Royal Flush here, manages to find the pick despite the fate of both worlds.
No way!
There initialized. That is how you lock in and ensure that this map is yours, and it is a lockout, uncontested for G5 in that one.
I mean, good grief, you burn the Lunar ult, you come in with the fate of both worlds. It's the fate of no world. She gets no time up on that ult at all, is immediately taken out. Normally, you're exceptionally tanky in that mode. Doesn't happen, and G5 make it a done deal. They've still got 3 ults to roll with here to G5 as well, and there's some pretty scary ones. Eyes on that Psionic Seduction, eyes on Hela and that ability to go up and throw a few crows at people as well to make this very tricky indeed. But of course, the one we really have to keep an eye on is Pallet. That God of Mischief is available. That means a second Raging Royal Flush to set up for something like a Hela headshot or two could be very dangerous indeed.
I am really hoping that we see the pop-off here from Sunless. They have that assassin rifle ready to go, and it does a humongous amount of damage. That could be an answer if they can hit their shots versus the likes of Pallet, versus the likes of Simba. Let's see, because Malediction, they're the ones on the back foot, buddy. They have to do something here. We're going to have a portal play out of the gates from Kylian Mbappe here. No more World Cup, but happy to hop straight into this in Krakoa.
We'll be looking for a little bit better than 4th place finish here. I say that as a Brit. We have to get smug where we can with football. It's a rarity, isn't it? All the while, though, looking to see whether they can scout out a little bit as well. See exactly where Malediction is setting up again. They've got their own Raging Royal Flush, their own ability to go for a Feast of the Abyss as well. So keep your eyes on that Venom. There's that Raging Royal Flush. Sunless also popped the ult as well, trying to look for some more damage with the Venom, but out comes the Psionic Seduction, invalidating some of the options in. Hela goes up into the sky, and Simba decides to show exactly who he is. I don't know whether this is where he rules over, but right now it's looking pretty good in the jungle tonight as he finds himself a pick off there onto Sunless with the sunsets on top of. A Malediction again, lose member after member, 3 down, and G5 again with a very clean take on the point.
That was exactly that. Extremely clean. We're going to see Mbappe getting ever so close to that Agamotto as well, so they will at least have a defensive play on this point, and they're going to need it. Not too far off that silent seduction for Malediction, but now we're just going to compete at the neutral stage, and I think this is where it can be quite difficult to break through the lines of G5. They're really good at being able to hold these corners here initialized.
They really are. And again, you've got the fact that you're still charging up a few of your own ult charges there, keeping on Kylian Mbappe, that ability to drop down that Eye of Agamo go fairly shortly. Loki puts down the regeneration fields, keeps everyone topped up. Now the potential turnaround to make some more peasants kneel. The psionic seduction comes on in, trying to force their way on the point, but challenge 5 really desperate to try and get in, but it's a good pullback there from G5 to prevent that from turning into too much. They do finally get a few members onto the point though, see if they can turn this into anything like a true contest though, because G5 look like they've got their own opportunity to step in there, look to pull out that diamond crush and find some more value. Not quite there, and there's the Eye of Agamotto. Couple stuns onto the Vanguards. They've lost the Hela as well. A Malediction, try as they might, just can't stick on the point. Dark left low, but not taken down. My days, no one is dying from G5.
It's just instant battling with no one going down. Good freeze on Dark here as well, but again, got so weak. The save from Mbappe was there, and still no KOs. And the thing is, that suits G5 one heck of an amount right now as they're building up this objective point at 80%. Malediction are the ones that have to do something. The ball is in their court. Will they find it?
They need to do something now. There's a Raging Roll. Flush is going to pop it early. There's nothing they could do. They burned all the ults. Another attempt to go between for the fate of both worlds. This one at least lasts a little longer. But again, Malediction, every time you're burning your ult, is to seemingly no avail, Tano.
Yeah, it really is. We're going to have Let the Devil Out coming in from Mickey here, but is it going to be enough?
They
can't
find
mate. Anything, bro. Dark is again going to get their revenge. Feast of Abyss isn't going to be enough either. Finally finds Dark, but Simba took challenge already. Malediction are falling one by one, bro. They cannot fight as a team here.
Portal back in.
G5 has every single answer to them. Looking for that 1v1. Simba is going to come out on top. And with that God of Mischief, it looks like G5 have held strong.
They have done more than held strong. They have made a statement. I don't think I saw a single percent on either point go the way of Malediction. G5 make it a G2-0. It is clean as you like. They come out of the qualifiers looking strong, and they make a statement on this first map.
So we were all discussing what was this G5 going to look like. Of Malediction, are they able to lock in here? Well, what it was, mate, was a domination of domination is what it was.
Yeah, I mean, it was really very dominant, wasn't it? We said they were going to be good. We said Malediction. Look, they managed to scrap their way in here to the Tier 2 League. They had a lot to prove, and unfortunately for them, on first time out, at least in this first map, G5 looked like they were clearly ahead there in pretty much every metric. They get to the point first, they hold the point first, they don't let go of the point, they have better ult charges. Any metric you cared to look at looked better. It felt like very swiftly Malediction ran out of options.
Yeah, I mean, last time these two teams met, it was in the winners' final of the qualifiers. Again, G5 were very comfortable in that battle. So it feels like they're picking up where they left off, to be honest with you, Sammy. It was such a good, well-built comp, and the team synergy was working so well for them. We saw plenty of protects coming in. The peel was there. The heals were there. It was GG's all around from that squad.
Yeah, it felt like the Gambit was just free to stack ult entirely for all the time. We were seeing the Loki there as well, so the Venom was going and would have those regen fields come down, and if that wasn't enough, the Ember would turn around and turn to diamond form and choke slam you. Like, it never felt like there was a clean moment for a dive to work out. And again, you had run with a couple pretty potent dive options, the Venom plus the Daredevil, to try and find a way on in there. Felt like it was not enough. I wonder whether you had to look at something like a cap as well to really overload it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the coordination was there, and it felt like G5 were ready for any of those flanking shenanigans wherever they were coming from.
Yeah, and you saw it in the response. I mean, we saw the Psionic Seduction come out, and all they did was walk off the point, get behind some cover, and were not concerned about it in the slightest, mate. That is a huge difference between the two teams, as you could see there. Just great confidence from G5 in that one. And rightly so, we've confirmed that we're moving over to, and I can never pronounce it, Yggdrasil Path.
Yggdrasil. Don't
okay.
Pretend it's an I. I say this as someone. Okay, so fun fact about Initialize the Person. Back before I did all the casting thing, I did an undergrad in English literature, which I did I did the prose edda in Old Icelandic briefly. So I did some Yggdrasil in very old languages. So there you go. This is one of those ones which I should theoretically be qualified to talk about.
Well, I apologize. I'm from Yorkshire here in the UK. We are terrible at pronouncing words at the best of times.
Drop a lot of those vowels. It's intin lexicon. You know how it is. Yeah, so all right. I've got enough family from EMEA Doncaster and Rotherham to get that. And for those of you who are wondering, from the rest of EMEA going, what on earth are these two people talking about? Don't worry about it. Go to the north of England. You'll get an idea.
Yeah, that you will. But what they do have an idea on here is that they have to move away from any kind of domination.
Good segue. Very good.
Right? We smashed it, bro. And it is going to be Convoy here, buddy, which we can only hope suits Malediction better because the domination wasn't the call.
Look, I appreciated the attempts, but it just felt like every move they did make to try and break the strangleholds was very easy to protect from G5. It felt like they weren't ever really threatened on any key members. Sure, we saw, I want to say it was Dark was the, it was indeed Dark, who was on that Black Widow, got chunked low, but they had so much healing behind them, they couldn't even take out one of the DPSs. And on the other side, we were looking at those supports looking pretty happy the entire time. Pallet there on that Loki, the strategist felt very, very calm the entire time. We saw how easy it was for the Gambit to get rolling. We're still imagining that this will be the double Mantis bans regardless. And what do you know? Mantis one ban, but that's not on the other side. Is that missed?
That is a missed ban, and for this to happen on the second, like the 2 sets in a row, what? What?
That is a very bad sign. And again, you don't want to think too much about mental space, but again, it was a very crushing game one. Sometimes teams can just brush that off. You go, you know what, next time. It wasn't close, so actually it's not going to bother me too much. Sometimes, though, it really gets to you. And giving up a potential Mantis, at least, and potentially a Gambit as well, is such a problem. They've protected the Mantis now as well. Oh, Tano, I'm not sure about this one, mate.
You've got to ban the Gambit if you're on the side of Malediction. Like, you are in this position now. You have to accept it. You're going to have to pull something out of this. You can't give both Gambit and Mantis onto the one side. You've got to look at banning that and then maybe look, there we go. Okay, Malediction are going to try and make something out of this at least.
Yeah, well, maybe you have to ban a Loki here as well to not ensure you get the potential ability to steal away the Gambit ult on the other side as well with that God of Mischief. That might be an idea. Instead, they'll get rid of the Elsa, who, if you're looking at the Premier, I was going to say ADC, wrong game. Duelist, there we go, Duelist. Duelist is the term I'm looking for. Then Elsa really is primary option there. She is the queen of hit scan once more, especially with the nerfs to people like Cyclops, people like Jean as well. That makes some sense. They're going to protect the Magneto here as well. So they do have that potential here to get something like, I was about to say the Magneto Gambit combo, but of course Gambit is banned on the other side. But I wonder whether now we are going to see a Magneto protect. Might that be the Groot instead?
Okay, yeah. I mean, they've had the Magneto taken away from them, and you do take it if you're G5. I like that because the base effect for Magneto is really good. Gets that sword back that man had in the OG seasons of Marvel Rivals.
It was so cool.
Good. It was one of my favorites, buddy. I was so good when they took it away. And then they brought in that other one that just wasn't even nearly as good. But this one, oh boy, Magneto is back and ready to roll.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to have the Groot as a main tank with the Venom looking to be Dive and Disruption with, again, Mickey on that Daredevil. It didn't work out that well last time. And again, we saw the Luna have 2 pretty ineffectual ults. If you are going to run Luna right now, who was right up the top of those tier lists according to a lot of people, you do need to find a bit more value. I think that's a Jubilee in for Crash, by the way.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. We haven't seen much Jubilee. People have felt that not quite at the levels where you'd want to pick it over opposite other strategists, but it is looking for the Adam and Jubilee here. That's interesting.
Okay, so again, Adam, again with some of those changes to give him a little bit more healing. We were wondering whether we might be able to get away with seeing a little bit more of the Adam, but they've hopped away from them. A little bit disappointing. But hey, makes sense. They're going to go for the Mantis to be that empowering option from Strategist. And obviously, they've gone for the Invisible Woman, who has once again returned to the heights of pro, as she never seems to want to leave. That Fire Shield in particular as a team-up feels pretty disgusting, Tano.
Yeah, they've also got Star-Lord here, buddy. So the amazing team-up for Pallet is already better. You only have to use 1 hit of healing onto your own allies to get an AoE burst, which is just incredibly good, and it allows Pallet to have even more time to just go drop damage. Diving in here is going to be Venom, looking to cause an issue for Maverick.
Ouch.
Not that they're concerned, bro. Mighty
got a big old sword!
Indeed. And Simba doing what Simba does best.
What? It looks like he's playing more like Scar here. He's shoving people off that cliff. All hail the king, apparently. You know, if you live long enough, you eventually grow to see yourself become the villain or something like that. Isn't that the statement? Again, Maverick charged up that mag cannon available, looking to pick off one. Doesn't quite land it, but still good damage back onto the side of Sunless, who was taken very low, and not just low, but down. Unfortunate pick off. Of course, on the other side, we have seen the Black Widow go down as well. So you are one DPS down a piece. Looking to play without the duelist Mickey on that flank. So as much as I think we're hoping for. Dark again. No Raging Roar flush behind them, but the Star-Lord still very dangerous. AWA and Brawl around there with that ability to go untargetable. Dodges away, gets behind that Flame Shield. Can still be very potent if you get a Galactic Legend through that. Managed to find a nice combo there and dashes back out again onto the high ground. Good access and gets the KO as they bring down the Groot of all heroes.
Yeah, this is just great from Dark. Gonna dive in, gonna look to pull out cooldowns, and it honestly does feel like it is a huge mismatch here at the moment. G5 just holding up on this top side. You notice that they're not trying to hold them all the way back at spawn like a lot of teams like to do on this map here, Sam. They're just trying to hold them at this first corner, knowing that, of course, the high ground gives you the advantage.
Yeah, exactly. Don't cede the high ground. They're not going anywhere anyway, and they have to come around that corner, which can be miserable in its own right. It allows people like Dark to go forward on that Star-Lord, threaten from that high ground off on the right-hand angle. Oh, no. Even with that attempt to run away, the Hela is sniped away. She's supposed to be the one with the range. Then the Black Widow gets to zoom on in, looks to aim down those sights and find a few more angles. That rework to the ult proving deadly indeed.
Oh my god, the assassin focus now is incredible because you don't have to pop all 5 shots at once, buddy. You can come out of ADS, drop some more damage, pull it back on up, and it's perfect.
She's got a flame shield to shoot through as well. Again, excuse my voice crack there. That's me getting very petulant about the damage coming on through Good Grief. There's the Meteor M, comes on down, murders a few more people, and Maverick is looking like he don't need no goose.
It's just G5 look like such a consistent team here today. Coming away from these games, I mean, we'll see what Malediction can do to adjust and push back here, but it seems like they are the team that is so coordinated on these maps that they are becoming the biggest difficulty to break here.
Yeah, it's a very strong first showing. Again, it's just looking like a repeat of what we saw from Quals. G5 came on through the undisputed, undefeated best team from that. In goes the Venom, but I just don't think they have enough damage there. Even with that Feast of the Abyss, the shield gets broken. Needs to start thinking about running away. Challenge 5 with the Groot walls, but there's the Flame Shield, and somehow the DPS check from both the Invisible Woman and from Pallet on that Mantis proof dangerous indeed. There's the Between Worlds, and suddenly the Feast of the Abyss is somewhat mitigated. Has to dive away. They're on the car, all right, but I just don't know how far they can push it. Trying to find a few more of those bits of damage wherever you can find it. Gets to climb up the wall and go diving on in. But again, we are running out of tools. We are running out of time. There's 20-odd seconds. They do finally bring down Pallet, but look at the damage to the backside. Challenge 5 left low. They've lost their gambit, making things tricky. Sovio with that ability to make sure the fate of both worlds available. Sunless as well with that ability to go and turn themselves into a big old crow, and I think they might have done it. Just about able to get towards the point.
Just in time, buddy. Feels like my ranked games. It was a really good pick onto the side of Simba. Once that damage was no longer there, they had a little bit of space that they'd built for themselves. They could dive onto Pallet, but now there is a portal coming straight on out, but nobody else is with Crash. Gonna have to wait for the storm to come through. Walls are up. They're so close to being able to capture. There goes the assassin focus. Can't find a pick with it just yet, though. Fate of both worlds is in the field, so that keeps Malediction in this.
Look at Sunless!
Sunless in the sky, dropping bombs. Looking to see if they can find Dark. They do get KO'd though. Maverick brings Pallet back in the
This is getting real close.
Hammer from Mbappe here as well. 143 on the meters. Overtime has been triggered. Malediction backed off the vehicle at the moment here, Sam, and it looks like G5 have just bounced back in time. Raging Royal Flush though gonna come out from Jazz.
It's close. Got to kill.
Change it.
But it's traded.
And it feels like that's it. Surely it's all down to Maverick here, pulling out the amplifier. Can he keep the team here? You get the healing, you get the damage, and it feels like they have Malediction now on the retreat. They're trying to find the Psylocke. Sunless is so weak, and it looks at the opposition. It's going to dive up through Vagabondo onto the side of the Luna. And oh my god, Sam, what an elongated fight. But G5 found the answer.
It was a close run thing. I thought Malediction had done it, but they pull off the portal play. And despite the limited members, the switch from the Invisible Woman to the Rocket to find that corridor and just keep laying down heals proved too much. I thought Sunless with the ult there was going to prove too dangerous, but could only find one final hit the entire map. It is a disappointment, and make no mistakes about it. G5 now have got what should be a pretty easy walk in the park to win this map and therefore the series as well.
Bro, no way. Popped them as well while they were trying to get out with the Hawk from Sunless, the Crow, and they just instantly popped them with the Assassin focus. Simba was impressive in that game there, buddy. 6 final hits here. We saw the same from Dark as well. Wow. I mean, you got to give it to Malediction. Like, they were extremely patient with it. As soon as they were able to find the pick onto Simba, opened up a lot more space for them to be able to dive. And then all of a sudden we see UG being able to dive onto the backline and find those strategists. They just didn't have enough time after that.
Yeah, I'm also on the other side. Of course, you look at someone like Mbappe here, and again, it's just very amusing. I have to say that all the time. There you go. Tasani also has a side business here in the world of Marvel Rivals. But again, that fact that he was he got those 10 kill participations, was doing 12,000 damage versus just about 5.8, I think, from the opposite number of Sunless. He's basically doing 7 to 6k more damage than his opposite number on the same hero, just to show the difference in damage outputs from the rosters. Already going to see that dive on in there, but I just don't know what the Venom can do. Gets low, does dart, but it's just not enough. Sorry, Simba, I apologize, but he survives. Doesn't need Simone or Pumba to come and rescue him this time around and get some damage down, and Paul forces back the Venom. All the while Maverick here on the Magneto, threatening with the mag cannon, looks to catch on up on that wall. Standing strong though, gives himself the bubble, gets healed up well there as Crash back on the Invisible Woman. Take it out, that's an important pick. Down one strategy just to pull back around that corner, and that might allow a bit of a hold here from Malediction. Indeed, G5 have lost enough members, they're going to have to fall back, at least for now.
And that's the difference here. It's those excellent plays from excellent players. Sunless locks in, manages to find the hits, and all of a sudden there's a lot of space that's been built for Malediction. Now they're going to see if they can hold him at this corner, as we saw G5 do to them. But out of those gates there, Sam, they were looking to just run that down the throat of Malediction. They did find a couple of picks. If it wasn't for Sunless,
Banhammer,
completely different fight there. Banhammer indeed nearly finds a pick, but the heals come through just in time. Bubble was onto the
They've lost the Groot
of the group, but now with that Vanguard being out of the fight, no walls able to come in, and look at the momentum that they've built off that G5 and just chasing them down here.
Simba's still on the point. It's just sitting there in case they try to pull off a panic portal, and Malediction need the portal now, but I just don't know whether they're going to get the opportunity because they're keeping engaged. They're being forced miles off the point. You need to get someone switch on to Strange now, because otherwise Simba's going to sit on this core and march to victory on this Yggdrasil's path.
Oh my days, looking for the assassin focus here. Does get Chandon out of it though, not able to find anything off that first hit. Looking to see if they can find Bucky. The wall goes up, perfect wall indeed. And now they're not able to find anything.
Boom!
Looking to land, doesn't find the KO though. And Malediction have got back here.
That could get important.
Maverick down, and now G5 are on the back foot.
The problem is Sovio has lost the Luna. Maybe able to switch onto something like that Strange and find a portal back in here. See if that's the desperation play. But again, you've got the fate of both worlds. You don't want to have to burn that or that ult by not having it and switching in. There's the Rage and Roll Flush. Still doing their very level best to use the ult advantage and contest where they can. The Feast of the Abyss comes on in, trying to get up anyone, anything. Pallet is taken out. They lose that ulting Mantis. All the while Dark though goes up into the sky, looking to find a few kills here as the Lady of Hell, the Lady of Death, desperate to bring down a few more members, and does so. Malediction by name, Malediction by nature. I tell you, Tano, they're just cursed. They can't find anything.
Oh my god, my guy G5 were ridiculously impressive. I did like the opening gates there from Malediction. It felt like they'd found a way to find a couple of stalls. But the thing is, G5 knew they had so much time in that to be able to look at pushing that multiple different ways. They didn't have to get it far, my guy. And Simba with a well and truly deserved MVP in that one.
Yeah, that's inverted, James Bond. That's 700. License to massacre, I guess is what it is at this point. Absolutely lethal there. Secret agent by name, not so secret in terms of the impact in the game. And again, the rework to Black Widow looks real good, and so many of our duelists look more than willing to pull it off. That was very, very impressive stuff from G5 as a whole.
Yeah, really showing that they are the team to beat here in this league so far. We've got more games to be bringing you, chat, of course, and we've got some teams that we've not even seen, some teams that have competed in Ignite. So I cannot wait to see how that shakes up and to see them compete against G5 in the weeks to come. I believe we're handing it off to our analysis from Sorin. I cannot wait to hear what this legend has to say.
streets for tomorrow feels unknown. We're dragging heavy footsteps through the silence closing in. I wonder if hope can find a way to glow in the dark, wishing for the night to end. We're storming through the heartache as the city lights burn out, trying not to break what we stumble lost within. Something we must face, wanting to heal. Trust that you will pull me through. Wake up now, see the truth, ready to face the pain. You'll stay through the storm. Come on, let us hold on to hope. Yeah. Here we go again. Stand tall, fist out, reaching for the stars. We fight together now to show the world we are glowing, just like a shining star. Once more, stand strong, fight on, believe in us. You see, we got the magic heart. Do you feel the love in the air? Let's dance again tonight. We run through the thunder as the city sings our name. We're turning heavy moments into laughter with our friends. We all rise up and smile right when the shadows pull us down, laughing as the lights begin. We gather under streetlights as the city spins around. We're chasing after movies to see where they end. Dreaming and hoping find a new life. We dance as the world spins along. Stay here now, feel the beat, ready to let it go. We'll dance through the night. Come on, let us keep the lights on. Yeah. Here we go again. Stand tall, fist out, reaching for the stars. We fight together now to prove our hearts can keep glowing, just like the brightest star. Once more, stay strong, push on, believe in us. You know we'll make the darkness fade. Can you feel the strength in your soul? Let's win again tonight. Here we go again. Stand tall, fist out, reaching for the stars. We fight together now to prove our hearts can keep growing, just like the brightest star. Once more, stay strong, push on, believe in us. You know we'll make the darkness fade. Can you hear the cheers all around? Let's celebrate tonight. Yeah, let's celebrate tonight. We dance under the stars. Feel the flame. Let's
Everyone, and welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Sorry for those brief technical issues, but we should have them all sorted out. I am holding it down solo right now, so I'm going to be kind of serving as both a little bit of host and as analyst. But before we move on to the next map, we are going to take a look back at the previous series, very specifically. Of course, you gotta call out Simba. Simba having an absolutely incredible game for G5. We were talking about, me and Keg, before we even got into the series, that if G5 were gonna have a shot at this, especially with the very new looking roster, they were going to need to put a lot of pressure onto Simba to perform. And man, did they perform. We spent the entirety of last week really raving about Black Widow because Black Widow had finally broken out into the meta. And we had mentioned multiple times we were cutting edge last week. We were one of the first tournaments being held in this new, essentially brand new version of Marvel Rivals with all the team ups. And very frankly, I said earlier that, we are seeing a lot of new things that are very strong now, but they are going to obviously be developed later on as the meta progresses. And now just a week later, we're already seeing that unfold in real time. I want to take a look at map number 2, specifically, obviously, Simba on that Black Widow. Last week, we were talking about how Mantis, especially with how strong she was able to get through a couple of times early on, and they were able to find a lot of value with those enhancements that she has. And obviously, with a team up with Star-Lord, you can have her very much as a duo in a backline strategist composition. So we saw Mantis go through, which obviously gives a little bit of enhancement. That damage amplification, 12% on cooldown, very quick cooldown as well for Mantis, being able to be put onto the Black Widow. Pair that up with as well the allied Hawkeye team up with Black Widow herself, and that gives her every 3 shots about a 45% damage amplification as well. Every 3 shots, which is crazy. You can get many shots now, especially with her rapid fire burst. So that's a lot of damage over time with those every 3 shots paired up with the 12% damage amp. And then we also saw last week, it was mostly the Rocket Raccoon that was paired up with her, which obviously the CYA gives a massive damage amp, 40%. But what we did not take into account last week was the possibility that we could see a bigger shift, which is not that CYA. Rocket was used in game number 2, but not as the primary means to completely amp up that Black Widow. Instead, we saw the Invisible Woman. That combination, the United Siblings team up that gives that flame shield, that allows any shots to go through 20% damage amplification. And again, a very quick cooldown. So much damage amp that can be just funneled into the Black Widow. And we really saw it shine there on Yggdrasil's path. A little bit of high ground, good lines of sight, and they were just able to hold at the doors for a really long time. Malediction, they were definitely struggling a little bit, and I really do fear that G5, they may have made a lot of roster swaps, but the quality has not dipped. If anything, they might have gotten even scarier. So the undefeated team from last week might be coming into the actual league looking even more scary, which should be a very terrifying thing for every team currently competing in the league. But that was the last map. We are now looking forward to the next, and we have Planet Sainage and Menace. Menace, you might remember from last week, they had some good performances. We're expecting to have another set of good performances from them, but they did fall a little bit short. They had to be invited back in, but they're going up against Planet Sainage, who, if you're aware, the Marvel Rivals scenes has had a lot of overturn and a lot of turmoil over the last couple of weeks. So this is going to be one of their first runouts with this new roster after all of that has settled down. So a lot of pressure on them as well as Menace to perform and get off to a really good start. But it's not going to be me covering it. It's going to be your casters. And for the next map, we have Flannels and Initialize. Have it away, you two. Enjoy the series.
Well, thank you so much, Soren, for taking us through all of that. I'm Initialize, still here, but joined by a new face in flannels who is perhaps appropriately wearing the flannel as well. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing quite well. Got to see an exciting first match of the day that was very close. And then, that was a very dominant performance by G5. And I think that's a little bit of what people were expecting from them after they put on the performance that they did through qualifiers. But we've got more games to go ahead of us, and we've got some interesting teams to see.
That we do, because again, we've got 2 stalwarts that, of course, anyone who's been following any of the Engage tournaments over the last little while may well have seen down here, but have also done some damage up at the likes of MRC. Obviously, the roster has heavily shifted, but Planet Sainage have been doing some pretty impressive stuff at tiers above this as well, have come back with Oleg still on the roster, of course, but things looking very different and revamped for that squad, looking to do some damage here when they can do. But again, they're up against one of their old rivals in Menace, who have also been doing the rounds at various different levels of Marvel Rivals competitive play as well.
Yeah, and Menace people got to see a little bit already, but this Planet Sainage roster is going to be definitely a bit of an enigma right now, and it's going to be something for people to keep their eyes on with those changes, since it's such a change up from what they were previously. And I know people are going to be looking to see whether or not they're going to be even close to being that same level that they were as MRC champions most recently.
Look, I hate to tell you, Flannels, but we're going to a pretty dodgy part of the world. Hydra has got us in its claws, and by the looks of it, our first map will be Hell's Heaven, which I always personally keep wanting to say Heaven's Hell, which is just wrong, but it's what it is in my head, and so I have to double check it every time we go there. Either way, this is the map, and indeed, it will be the Hydra Charterers base to begin with as well, with the fancy script and everything.
Yeah, the Ohio Heaven, as Keg likes to call it.
That's
it
so
is
Keg-coded as well. I love that, man.
And it's, this is a go-to map for a lot of people. This is the one that a lot of people like to play because it is a map that enables many more different characters compared to Araco or Celestial Husk, things of that nature. And it's just specifically characters that are able to push you off the map and whatnot, having those legends
hear you, Angela. Yeah.
so at the ready. Yeah. But good start so far. No missed bans this time around, so that's always a good thing to see. Mantis has been the staple default first pick since the season has started. We originally, during qualifiers, started off with some Gambits, but then it became pretty clear that Mantis was the go-to problem. Yeah. So we are going to see Gambit, though.
And it does mean exactly that the Gambit then is getting through to that protect phase, which means we are still getting a lot of those Raging Royal flushes, where you've still got those combos with things like the Magneto, you've still got that great combo of the Raging Royal Galactic Legend with their Star-Lord. Was it Raging Royal Legend? Did the community come to a consensus on what that particular ult combo should be called? Either way, you know what I mean, folks. Elsa also going to get banned, because if Mantis is as top at the list in terms of the strategist pool, Elsa really is the top of the pool and the top of the totem pole when it comes to duelists.
Absolutely. And in particular, I mean, it does vary a little bit from team to team. We saw it in the first series of the day, where on the first map for domination, Doncor was totally fine giving up Gambit, and they actually prioritized going for a different lineup entirely, because they don't use Gambit in their triple strat comp for domination, where they run a single storm as the duelist, and they run more of a pseudo revival with Rocket, Adam, and Luna. And so it was just a lot of Sapatic being revived over and over again to keep the pressure on at the duelist role. So some teams come in with a little bit of a predetermined plan that maybe can throw things off a little bit, but Menace looking here at prioritizing, actually taking away a lot of big duelist lines. And that is going to be interesting to see. So we're going to see Widow and Black Cat taken away, and they're going to go for a one-sided Black Cat of all things.
That's the plan. Of course, Oleg, once upon a time, was incredibly famous for their Daredevil. That's still up and available. It's probably on that tier below the Black Cat, but if you do want to match kind of melee diver with melee diver, that's probably not an awful option. Of course, we are still on Hell's Heaven. There is therefore the angle of like a Spider-Man with all of those pulls available to you. As it stands, Oleg goes back to Old Faithful in the Daredevil to try and match up against Sinful, who has protected that Black Cat very carefully, looking to pair that up with a Cap. And I wonder if that means we might be looking at something like a Venom to go with it to really combine that dive core.
That would be a very aggressive dive core overall, and you'd have to make sure that you are putting up really heavy pressure and being consistent with it in order to alleviate the other team being able to just walk at your backline as well. So, you got to be able to win those exchanges quickly, but they're also going to have some big backline pressure with Hex coming through on the Widow. So one-sided Widow, one-sided Black Cat. They're going to have the dive presence as well as the poke and finishing capabilities, but Oleg on that Daredevil is going to be pretty much one of the only answers to Black Cat, being able to track her around the walls and just keeping eyes on her location at all times.
That will be the idea. Keep that control and knowledge up to track where exactly Saint Moto and Sinful are going to be off to on those off angles. Of course, not like the Black Widow can't look to do similar things there for Hex as well. Of course, for the side of Planet Sainage, you've got yourself some flanking options with Oleg, of course, but with the backline options of that Hela paired up with things like the Gambit and the Luna can be pretty annoying there from a ranged perspective. It hasn't been Astromap Astomar switching over to the Rogue, though, as well, to give another dive buddy to Oleg as well. And it does feel like Rogue, even without the Gambit, has really risen in priority. And, of course, you've got the Gambit anyway.
Yeah, I mean, just it's extra damage for free as well as some healing. It's, you know, hard to give up and not get value out of that alone. But the lower HP pool overall has been detrimental for Rogue. So she hasn't been able to be quite as brawly in the neutral as much as she was prior, but she's still very good if she's able to, you know, get onto those priority targets ideally. And, you know, of all the characters that we've seen rising in value, it has been Magneto with that Blade team up, you know, for the Scarlet Blades. Of being able to just allow so much consistent pressure, and it is going to be Menace having first blood drawn against them, Hex going down.
Clean.
So Planet Sainage getting that first capture and on the board.
Will be the plan, and therefore they get to hold first, and now they get to set up with Biomachina on that Hela, looking to throw out a few more of those crows and swords from a mile away. Really feels like she has risen to a significantly higher priority with the nerfs to the likes of the Jeans and the Cyclopses of the world. Head up with something like the Elsa whenever she's allowed to go on through. Those pair of hit scan heroes can be pretty obnoxious to close the distance on.
Absolutely, and I know so many people who have been thrilled having omnidirectional bird as well, being able to just change where you're going in that bird form. It's been such a game changer for Hela, being able to take different angles and approaches, as we're seeing Menace just like slowly group up and come from the top side, taking a little bit though to get back to point. It's already at 50%, but they kind of split up, and already they have members scattered across their HP, and it's going to be kind of difficult for these strategists to keep them all alive if everybody is just dispersing into different directions and at different elevations, and now the map is moving on them. It is just all over the place for them. Razak getting really low, though, as the Raging Royal Flush comes out, but they are going to be able to get healed
returning.
up. But Planet's going for it right now.
They have indeed. They managed to get Oleg tries to go and let the devil out, but they've lost their front line. They've lost their flanking options. 2 members down now as Menace continue to force their way onto the point and get that recap. 74% already done for Planet Sage, make things tricky. And now they get to turn around potentially with their own right. Simple, nearly at their own ultimate available, and that Black Cat can begin to unleash her claws, diving in and out and look to make sure that everyone gets marked with a card if and when she chooses. But I think for now, the fighting will hold just for a second or two, and Menace looking to try and catch this point and hold it for as long as they can.
And they're definitely going to want to make sure that if they do go down, that it goes down, you know, in a bit of a staggered fashion and not let that point flip over very quickly. Because Sainage, they're not too far off from being able to finish this. They are going to pop the Royal Flush, and immediately Oleg finding that Elim on Sinful. And here comes the Fate of Both Worlds to try and keep the members of Menace alive, as Hex is going to look for piercing rounds to take things out. Meteor M is going to hit the backboard.
That's
no connection on that dunk. And that is going to be a very unfortunate miss, but Art's still going to find that elimination on Hex, and they are slowly working towards flipping this point, but it is Menace holding on, and is going to go back to Planet Sainage now. So Menace having just enough time to be able to regroup and walk back before having to force a portal play, but Legacy's already swapping over to that Strange.
Yeah, may well be looking to make the play really aggressively here. Don't want to wait till it's too little too late. 87% is already the way done. Keep your eyes on the fact that Linz has got that Fate of Both Worlds. Oleg as well. The ability to let the devil out at some point in the near future could get quite dangerous. Bubbles themselves in there on the backside. There's a bit of a dive on in as Seinamoto looks to make sure that it's all a heartbreaker out here. But we're a ways off Valentine's Day. Will it matter in the grand scheme of things? And she keeps panning around. Oleg into the backside as well. Begins to let that devil out and continue to rage and roll. Hit him with all those sticks, and he gets away with a pair of them. Backs on out, and Menace are wiped from the rift.
Great elimination series there by Sainage at the very end. Well-timed execution. Well done surviving through the initial card and dive of the side of Menace. And that really just worked out well for them, and it allowed them to just take their time and completely flip the fight. And they did. Everybody on Sainage did a great job of playing their life and staying alive. And it's a well-rounded group effort, as we see just about everybody coming through with 3 finals on the team. Machina just only down by 1. And then, you know, Gambit, he's there on the assist, but he doesn't need no finals.
Would you like a tour?
No, he doesn't. Been very, very potent. All the same. Gambit in general, we've seen exactly what you get when you get to pair that Rage and Roll flush up with a full send with the rest of your ults that are available. Proved to be pretty dangerous. Of course, it's worth noting that Planet Saneage burned pretty much all of their ult charges to make that last play happen. Does mean that theoretically they would be down a little bit of that ult charge race, but then you look at the other side, and Menace, I think, probably ended up burning a few too many of their own there in response to that play, and it's put them in a tricky position themselves. Though, of course, you're the one with the Rage and Roll flush, does give you that potential first punch, as we all know how strong that ult can be.
Absolutely. We haven't had a chance really to see the Widow get a good pop-off opportunity yet. You know, it came in the middle of a fight. Immediately there it is. Big going down. Hex with a huge elimination. Razak taking out the Vanguard as well in the side of Astor. And it is Asto, and that is going to be immediately Menace coming out strong, taking first control of the point this time around.
Yanomoto on that flank angle, looking to potentially find their way in. Has got himself that little snowflake, courtesy of the Lunar Snow, giving them that extra bit of healing, even if they are looking to be on those flank angles. Goes to chase Oleg, and members off there should be able to make sure that they aren't quite able to, rather joining him rather than chasing him off. Let me phrase that correctly. Looking to find their way into the back lines here. Have Menace spotted this out? I don't think they have. That means that this Gambit's in danger! Jumps on in, trying to bring them down. The Luna also in danger, desperate to find someone to lock on down, and they immediately punch the poor old Gambit in the face. No stack deck in the world will save you from that. And they keep on diving. Planet Saneage with a monster flank. Take Menace apart at the seams.
Well executed dive there by Oleg and Asto, just biding their time, playing really patiently until the right opportunity to collapse on that back line. And I want to say great, target priority by Asto there. Originally got onto the Luna and actually grabbed her, took the snowball, froze her, and then immediately collapsed onto Albium and took them out right away because Luna couldn't do anything about it. But now Hex is going to get revenge, taking care of Oleg, has the high ground. Watch out, Saneage. They're going to have to regroup back to the point as it begins to see Menace move forward. They do have a couple of bolts online, ready to go. They can go aggressive, but up we go into the skies, looking for hell to rain down from above, but they are not going to find anything as that Fate of Both Worlds is going to come out instead to keep them all alive. But Arts manages to find one in the exchange on the back of it.
Yeah, and they do lose Biomachina, but they force Menace back off the point. They were attempting to recap, and in comes Asto, looking to fuck out to this edge and bring down another Hex. Is taken down, the sniper closed down and make sure that they can't escape there. And that's a nice turnaround of Planet Saneage in the extended play. Managed to find a few more members, and Menace are going to have to go right back to the drawing board. They are shy a lot of those ults. I'm looking at Oleg nearly there. I'm looking at Asto, who's also nearly there. We saw how dangerous that flank was the last time. Might be looking for something more. Menace still need to be afraid of the Daredevil. In they go, looking to dive into the backside. Good availability here. 99%, not quite able to pull off the ult as Asto and instead make sure that the Heartbreaker gets a roll in. Looking to find an angle into the backside. Kind of ends up finding not quite as much as they were hoping for, I think, as indeed it was stolen away, I think, briefly. Now Menace looking to turn around the favor, get into the backline. They're on the point. The recap beginning, but it's still being held just about right now for Planet Saneage. The Oleg lets the devil out, being healed up, desperate to find something, anything, finally falls. Art switches over to the stranger, will look to portal back in, but Menace right now are certainly in the ascendancy.
Great heads up by Saint in order to just completely fall back to the point and backcap it almost basically 99%, forcing Saneage to have to turn their backs to the rest of Menace, and that caused them to get picked off. And Saint now starting off early here on Dwarf, and that's going to be a big elimination right now. Menace having a really good position to get some free percent as Saneage was scattered and have to regroup and come back once more.
Yeah, they do, and again, I think they burned their portal to make that play, and they lose the Rage and Roll flush to Menace, sure, but the damage is done. They get to hold here and look to even things up. It looked like it was going to be another one of those maps where Planet Saneage was able to just be better in those extended fights. Not happening quite now as Biomachina gets chunked out really heavily, has to run towards one of those healing shrines and look to top themselves back up. Linz has got that Fate of Both Worlds to burn at some point. Oleg left low somewhere else. The good shots coming on through right now from Bio. They get onto the point. There's that Fate of Both Worlds. Menace looking to hold distance. The Kraken impact available for Sinful. When are they going to pull that option out as they switched off the Black Cat? There's Raz again turning around with her own Fate of Both Worlds, trying to get on in here, and it will in the end still be Menace that make this a 1-to-1 affair.
Nobody was on the point. You gotta be on the point. We had it. We had a lot of
We've all been
funky
there.
C9s. We had a lot of funky C9s during the quals, but that one was just simply people not on the objective. The only person who was on it was Bio, or at least was close to it, but they got picked off by Hex after having picked up a double, and then there was just nobody there, unfortunately. So a lot of fighting happening off of it. Looking at the board here right now, it feels like, maybe Bio needs to just play their life a little bit better. They're the only one really with that high death score, twice as many as everybody else currently on the side of Sainage. So that could be the difference maker. I just, maybe getting, picked off a little early, and that puts Sainage down a player for too many fights, and that's what allows Menace to get in this. But overall, I still think that this is very much in the hands of Sainage to be able to win it.
I'm with you. I agree. And it's not like Bio's not been doing damage, leading the way in terms of those damage numbers and some final hits as well. But it does feel like Menace have been putting a lot of effort into making sure that Hela isn't comfortable on a backline or an off angle. And I think that's real credit over to the likes of Hex, and now Sinful as well, as they've switched on to something like this Bucky as well, with the Black Cat not really working out in the grand scheme of things. But it has meant that Bio really has been kind of focused, made uncomfortable. This fight over this point that has now spawned. Menace on it first. There's the ADS available though with the Assassin's Focus. The Meteor M comes on in. This one doesn't hit a wall and gets some damage down. Looking for some shots, bouncing around. Desperate to find an angle or two there. Can't quite get, I think, as much as they were hoping for, but it will do. 1-for-1 in terms of both rogues falling down. In comes that ability with what I believe was the Banhammer coming from Legacy. You switched onto that one. Still the ability to keep on throwing out a few more of those cards on this high off angle. The high ground doing a lot of work right now for the side of Menace. The Goddess of Death now comes on up as well, trying to bring her down, and she immediately comes crashing back down to earth.
Yeah, that's the power of that Red Room rifle from Hex on that Widow, the rapid fire state of it all. But here is Magneto putting on the pressure. Bio picking up that elimination though, and it is just so lethal on these strategists, as now they're just going to get collapsed on Arts. Great elimination there on Razak, and it is Menace now having to back up as it is Planet Sainage going all in, pushing them back to spawn.
With the exception of that one Meteor M into the wall, it feels like Arts has barely put a foot wrong. Every time he's using that Gambit team up, somebody is dying. Normally multiple somebodies. Managed to isolate Raz there and bring them down with a well-timed cut of the blade, and that puts Planet Sainage back in command of the point. 35% already. Menace got a couple ults to work with here. The Raging Royal Flush in particular. We'll see when they decide the trigger is ready to be pulled, but it's not like Planet Sainage are shying their own ult triggers of their own. In fact, speaking of, there's a Heartbreaker as they go diving on in. Away goes Sinful, desperate to stay alive, throwing out a few shots, tries to pull people back in with that bio arm of theirs, but doesn't quite find everything they're looking for. Down to half, desperate to stay alive. Kraken Impact available, does get that reset available, can look to jump on in, keep going towards that point, as I think Menace smell blood in the water. Hex now on the off angle as well, healed up by the Gambit. Look to try and get into the back lines, desperate to get some more. Great shot from Hex.
A huge elimination there from Hex, being able to alleviate some of that pressure, as now it's Oleg by himself and Hex with one more during the Devil being let out. And that is going to be a massive elimination on Sainage, as they're just going to be staying alive through Lens, Fate of Both Worlds, but that's going to be it. And now it is going to be them on the back foot. Oleg trying to come back quickly on that Spider-Man to continue the stall it and touch. Meteor sent to the stars, and that is going to be an unfortunate miss there for them, but they are keeping in it. Mech and Machinima managing to find out Hex at this time, but Sinful is still on a killing spree. What a connect by Machina, and that is going to be Sainage still managing to hold on, but it's just a back and forth. It's two people remaining on the point. Menace is in control for the first time, but
good
this
shot,
could
but not enough.
very quickly.
It did flip very, very quickly. I appreciate what Bio was looking for there. Tried for the aim duel, but it just ended up being that 2v1 and didn't quite have the DPS check. Again, one of the reasons we're seeing a lot of Luna is her ability to turn around the damage is very, very high. The jokes of DPS Luna aren't really all that much of a joke, guys. We know what she can do. She hits a few of those headshots. Looking for one of those Magneto Mag cannons. Can't quite find everything they're looking for. Planet Sainage got time to play with. Don't have to rush it here. Still got some ability to wait for some of those ults to build up and look for some options, but maybe just a shot and a kill onto the Van pool will give them the man advantage and enough of an option to get onto the point. In goes Asto into the backline, gets another. That means the Gambit is down. The fate of both worlds to try and hold the line. There's the old opponent road from Satan, desperate to try and hold the line onto the point, still being healed up. The Luna doing some work. They get their own KO, although the Bio on the off angle there on the high ground brings another down. In comes the road to try and ward her off, goes up into the sky. The Goddess of Death looking to bring a few more down into her domain, is pulled out of it eventually, but it does force Menace off the point once more.
And she's still so low. Bio just finally getting topped off. Heartbreaker coming through by Astro, but they're going to get popped out quickly by Razik and Sinful, and they're going to look to work back onto the point. Planet still trying so hard to flip this. Lynn does have the Fate of Both Worlds ready to stabilize them out as that Rage and Royal Flush is going to come to a close, but they are not able to find the elimination that they need on Legacy to get him off that point. He is just bouncing around. Hex and them getting one. Bio on the trade. It is just a bit of a back and forth. Finally, the Fate comes through to stabilize them out, and as it comes to a close, Lynn has to retreat fully, but it is a back and forth battle. Nobody wants to give up this point. 1-for-1 trades constantly across the board. Hex breaks that.
We're heading to
overtime.
overtime
It's going
here.
to be there for Menace. Could this be overtime? Here comes the portal onto the point.
And this might be the recontest, 99% for both. Here comes that Heartbreaker, and it might be Heartbreak for Sainage, desperate to try and ensure they cannot be forced off. The portal's been burned. Menace trying to go in themselves. In comes that ability with the Assassin's Focus. The Sniper's out. Boom! Headshot after headshot. Down 2 members. Menace still with all of theirs to work with, and Planet Sainage are routed from the point.
Incredible series of eliminations there at the end for Menace, all starting with Saint on that excellent Heartbreaker as everybody came through the portal, keeping everybody grouped up, and that just allowed for Hex to be able to use that Widow ult to pop so many individuals with those piercing rounds to apply so much pressure, and it was just a full-on team effort to clean up shop on the end of that point. So that is going to be the first series of the maps going to the side of Menace.
And it was a very close run thing. I think both of us, at least coming into a number of those maps, were favoring Sainage's position, but real credit to Menace in those later recontests, coming back onto the point. They made sure that it wasn't a one and done deal. They were so good at coming back, and Hex, a well-earned MVP there as well. That Black Widow was just not missing.
No, and it all started like it was a critical thing. I was a little concerned with Hex initially, having burned the ultimate that first time coming back. That's where they picked up that elimination on Bio when they were contesting the point with the Luna, and they just completely sideswiped them with the ultimate. I was like, that's committing that ultimate just for the one elimination is a big commit, but it worked out for them in the end. And I mean, Hex, like I said, MVP, they deserved it. They found those vital eliminations and really did not allow any value to come through on the side of those Hella ults at any point in time.
Like, we saw, 2 autos? I'm not sure what you call them. 2 giant blasts of energy from the Goddess of Death, whatever they may be counted as. Birds of somewhat prey. But yeah, that just didn't work out, did it? Every time it was pulled, felt like there was an answer ready. It made things very tricky. And it also, then you look at, like, the attempted Rogue and Daredevil flanks that were somewhat effective, but it felt like as the match went on, became less and less consistent. And again, you've got to call it out. There was the C9 as well. They looked for the recontest and just dropped off the point. You can't be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, that's where they could have closed it out. It's unfortunate. But, that is, sometimes just how it goes. At least it wasn't a portal C9. That's kind of what we had happening during quals, were a couple portal plays that caused their teammate to go through it and get off the point, and that just wasn't a great situation to have happen overall for it. But it was nice to see. I think the Planet Sainage team is definitely very solid. They just have a couple things to figure out maybe on execution. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some communication issues right now as they're getting a feel for each other and trying to figure out those new team issues with it being such a different roster. But they still showed some really good things, and just, but that's not to take away from Menace at all.
Yeah.
They put on one heck of a performance, turned it around after a tough first map, and made it work in their favor. And, it really was Hex really coming into themselves a little bit on that third map.
Yeah, and again, credit to them for the later stages of those rounds, right? They were able to look for the recontests, even if Planet Sage, it felt like we're able to get onto the point and cap it first. Felt like actually their ability to recontest later on and then kind of call out Planet Sage saying, yeah, we bet you'll try for this recontest, but we're going to be so ready. And that brawl at the end, when it came to what was effectively going to be double overtime. Yes, of course, there was that C9 moment in the second one, but was close enough for us to sort of consider it there. They were just clutching out in those later stages. I think there will still be some learnings to be done about, like, hey, maybe we don't want to be recontesting so aggressively at like 85%. If we could do that a little earlier, that would be nice for everyone's heart rates. But, you know, you can't have everything, at least not in week one, so to speak.
Yeah, no, but we are ready for this series to continue heading in to map 2, and it is going to be quite a map that we're going to be getting to go to, as apparently we're going to Hall of Dajalia.
That'll be the one. Off to Wakanda we go, and I do quite enjoy this map. Don't necessarily always see this as the guarantee one. This can be an interesting first point to capture, make no mistake about it.
You know, it's not one that a lot of people see super often in the competitive scene as much, but I think it's one of my favorite personally when it comes to the convergence types, just because it is more open for that point of contention at the very beginning. I think that it creates more opportunities for approaches, whereas so many convergence maps are just these forced choke points that are just a pain to break
like,
through.
I'm a
lot of the
museum
time.
enjoyer, and that is like all choke points all the way through. Like, it's just corridors. But hey, I'm an Emma main, so I like place where I can stick a big shield up and just keep firing my beam out. That feels much nicer. Whereas this one, you're right, that those kind of open options, some of those flank angles, that ability to get over some of those buildings can get quite tricky. Well, I'm right there with you. We are, however, into our second phase of bans and protect. The Mantis understandably removed alongside the Venom ban and the Venom protect. On the other side, though, Gambit's protected and Gambit's banned. So a very different ideology change here from both teams.
Yeah, like I was saying, is that some teams, maybe they're going to have a process for a very specific situation where they just don't see the need for that Gambit. And this is one of those situations where Menace is really prioing that Venom. And this is a very good Venom map. A lot of different angles for him to swing in from and dive onto. So gonna be interesting to see how that comes through in the sense of, you know, no Gambit and what backline they're really going to work with here for Menace.
See what some of those team-ups are looking to be. Of course, the Magneto team-up with the Gambit can be quite dangerous if you're given that opportunity. They're going to protect and ban away the Black Cat on the side of Menace as well. So looking to try and pair up a Venom and a Black Cat dive combo as a real threat on this one. Again, it is a map where you can afford to go a little bit higher up and look to swing on in. Spider-Man might not be at the top of the polls right now, but he certainly has a few hero companions who can kind of do his job for him.
There once again, the Black Cat coming through. You know, I think they're really looking to commit more to this dive this time around.
For
I
sure.
mean, they want to get value on that Black Cat, and they just were not able to last time. And now with something like Venom coming in with the dive with you, that is a very good character to be in that back line as well. But Planet is going to have, at this time, at the very least, Elsa to work with here for their duelist.
Yeah.
So gonna be interesting, the different one-sided availabilities, but Mag being taken away from both sides, that is a big one that you know, is showing how much value he gets now as a Vanguard and how like oppressive he can be with that team up.
Oh yeah, the team up specifically with the Gambit, giving him that giant old sword makes him so much more dangerous again. Does feel like, however, now that we've come into it, we've seen the Venom come on in, and I wonder whether Archer said, look, I'm going to lock the Emma into that anytime you come on in. I'm going to choke slam you, deny some of that combo, and look to stack up that passive on the beam charge, which is so key, because Emma's damage is so good as long as you can keep that charge up and rolling. It's one of the reasons why she is often pretty happy into things like the group, because you can just stack up off the walls, but no group this time around. See how Arch does. It looks like it will be Planet Sage on the offense this time around. They're the ones with, again, that Elsa as well. So often banned, but Elsa right back to the queen of the duelists, particularly those hit scan variants.
Absolutely. And the interesting thing here looking at Menace is this time Hex is coming out on that Hella, but Legacy on the Vanpool, that means he's going to have the availability of that team up, being able to get both perks, not only on the pistols, but also the swords, which
Huge.
that allows for Vanpool to have so much damage. But already Saint is eliminated Bio with the quick takedown. And immediately we see Oleg taking out Sinful, and it is going to be Saintage going full gas to the floor right now, pushing them off the point and looking to get an early cap right away.
Oh, like he might be using Billy clubs, but it's a Billy Goat kick to the face there. Wonderful pick down on another member as well. And now Menace need to find their way back shortly, or this will be a very swift pickup on the initial point. So far, so good for Planet Sainage. Menace have got a few more members down. They've lost their Hella. They've lost their Invisible Woman. The respawns are coming on through, but the Elsa begins to hunt a little bit more, dashing on forwards. Those monster piercer rounds, so dangerous. The shotgun available to chunk out some of those tanks, and they manage to get the point and get rolling. Menace staggered deaths here, making this a tricky contest for now.
That was such an aggressive start for the side of Sainage. I mean, we saw the Venom just be eliminated so quickly. I mean, the thing is that the way Elsa is now, she's actually considered to a lot of people as, oh my gosh, Hex completely locking in on that, immediately taking them out.
She's what she's considered to most people right now.
Is what she's, yeah, that is very much what she is considered at the moment. But for a lot of people, she gets used as anti-dive a lot with those traps now. And that might have been exactly what would happen to Saint, because we didn't really get to see it, but maybe he just got hung up on a trap and just got completely taken out by the team collectively overall. But Asto has the Banhammer online if they're going to go with that, but early pressure still coming out by Sainage as they are now waiting for another opportunity as that payload is finally going to flip back for them and get it moving once more.
The plan. There goes Sinful on the angle, looking to pick up a few coins and gets that knockout as well. Goes Invisible, looking to go back in with the Cat's Cradle if needed. Doesn't quite need it yet. Gets frozen up and dropped. Good stun there. Important from Linz. Prevents the pop-off that was coming forward from Sinful, who now switches over to the Black Widow, looking to find a bit more range. Saint as well on the Angela, looking for more of those flank angles here, with the map being a little bit more open. But Sainage continue to rumble forwards, undaunted and undeterred.
Just really constant pressure moving from Planet Sainage. I mean, that pickup, that stun on the diving Black Cat was so important because there were so many eliminations, but Dwarf and Hex trading one out of piece, but Bio coming in for more, finding a nice double, eliminating people, and that is just the point, moving on cleanly here into the third checkpoint line, moving towards that third checkpoint. Sainage, all momentum right now. 5 minutes to work with here to go the distance.
And they've got ults as well. You can see Oleg with the Devil out, Art to that ability to make a few peasants kneel if she so chooses. Linz, Dwarf, all there. There's the Glartrock summoned, looking to bring some people back towards the rest of the squad. Those monster piercer rounds also available. A few more dashes around, looking to get a few more shots. Gets up into the sky, finds a few more hits. Still got that trap to work with, warding off the Angela on the flank. There's that connect as well. Still got that Fate of Both Worlds. Still got that Devil out. And Menace at some point are going to have to pull a few triggers of their own. Their ult stacks are huge as well.
Just so much pressure from Sainage up, and immediately we see already really quickly Dwarf and Lin get popped by Hex and Razak, completely nuking that backline. Sainage is gonna have to fully reset. Four people down. Oleg and Bio, the only ones alive on the retreat, and they might get staggered out here if they get pursued, but it looks like they're gonna be able to just barely get away, preventing that from happening. But now Menace is in a good position for defense. Also, Saint, Sinful, Hex, and Raz all having their ults online, and there goes the Hella into the air, looking to keep things, but immediately taken out of the sky and having to regroup. So that is going to be an ult burned down right away, taken off of Menace's arsenal.
That's the one. Again, they're going to be able to respawn. Look again, there's a Psionic Seduction trying to bring the Angela back towards the rest squad. Uses the point to try and block out some of it and stays alive for now. Still in a tricky spot, make no mistake about it, as Menace desperate to hold as best they can.
It looks like it's going to be a tough right now. We see ults popping through on both sides, but it's not really certain how it's going to play out.
It's not. They get to pull away on that one okay, and then we get to see again, all the while Art's still here. They've got Lin, Dwarf, and Oleg with their own ults to burn. Menace not really there at this point. It's a dream from Raz with that Fate of Both Worlds to try and hold on as Oleg gets off from a good flank angle, looking to try and find someone. Uses that ability to see through those walls and hunt for someone on a flank angle. Won't quite find everything they're looking for, but still threatening to come on down and begin a fracas, a skirmish. There's the ability to let the devil out and continue trying to burn things, but his choke slam does have that fate of both worlds, though, to try and keep themselves talked up as Raz desperate to ensure that Menace hold the line. They have got control of the car. They have got control of this space right now, but again, with the lack of ults, it makes things tricky. There's their own fate of both worlds. Bio still got that ability to call upon the Gladrogs at some point soon, yet to do so, as that Predator doesn't get summoned quite yet, holding, waiting for someone for Menace to overstep. They've lost too many members. The respawns are there, but Planet Sainage get it over the line.
Going the distance, great execution. I mean, you know, unfortunately, they went in for the dive initially, the engagement, it got held up by that fate of both worlds. They took their time. They didn't stay in that fight. They actually completely backed off a little bit back towards the payload and the entryway. And then as soon as it was over, the immediate recommit by Oleg with letting the devil out and Asto being able to follow up. They were able to find those critical eliminations on that back line and just clean up shop on the sides of Menace. But Menace now have a lot of work to do. They've got to go the full distance if they want to try to force an overtime and make this a 2-game series. Otherwise, we're going to game 3.
That's exactly it, and it feels like it's a possibility here. Again, reminder, this being Sainage losing that first map, it was their choice on the second, and so far they look very competent and confident here on the Hall of Dajalia.
Absolutely. And but you know, some people have weird feelings about dive characters on defense, but it is this is the situation. Sinful is wanting to run that Black Hat. They know that. Daredevil is still so important for gathering information. One of the few characters that's going to just be able to immediately track down Black Cat and contest her one-on-one, but also still give you information about where anybody else on the team is or where they might be flanking, albeit not so far away as you used to be able to before, but still very important.
Yeah, right there with you. While Art's looking for a potential angle on an Angela of his own now. Legacy switching to that Emma, looking to make sure again they get some value. Was on that on the end of the play as well, looking for high angle here. The Angela desperate to try and get something, does get stunned and grounded briefly, as does Oleg, but they get up here and contest that high ground and force Menace away from that upper balcony. All the while, little bit of a split there. Legacy left low but not quite down, 23% and down. Nice pick off by Sainage as things get started. The Venom needing to back away as Saint in a potentially precarious spot of their own. Compress the E-key, but it's just not there and is dropped as well. They have lost Oleg's Daredevil, but Menace still losing a couple more members in the grand scheme of things. Art desperate to shove people out. There's that portal coming on in. You're right, that will make things tricky. See Legacy trying to keep this fight rolling and give that additional respawn power, that ability to come back to the point that little bit quicker. Sainage have got their ability to drop a banhammer on someone should they so choose, warding off that portal, doing a great job of being a real menace. Very obnoxious. There we go, bouncing around, throws down that unicorn to keep themselves topped up and ensure that things get real tricky indeed. Desperate to drop the sight lines and will stay alive for now, but Menace, having burned that portal, really aren't managing to hold as well as I think they'd hope. They now managed to get on there, and maybe it will have been enough in the grand scheme of things.
Now Art's coming out with their own portal, trying to reinforce this point, barely able to hang on. Sane having to swing away, looking for a health pack, but Linz is going to take care of Sinful, and this may be enough for Sainage to hold on for just a little bit longer, but Alvium takes down Art. So bit by bit, Menace is slowly cleaning up the point, but Menace is not going to let it go down easy. But Bio coming in with a huge double, taking care of business, and that is going to let Sainage actually fend off the point, keep things alive, and they are going to be able to stop Menace's advancement for now.
Also, Bloodstone was certainly out for blood there. My days, a little bit of a Helix advance or two, and you get yourself those Monster Hunter rounds, and they really do begin to stick at this point. Let's have a look as it's all done.
Two portal plays down.
Yeah. Let's look at this replay, I'm assuming, as yeah, it is just a really good jump on in. Thank you, production. Hits both shots and 2 members out.
That's all it takes with Elsa. She just does so much damage, and those armor piercer rounds are still so lethal. two Vanguards. So, you know, just such a difficult character even now after everything. People thought she was done. Delayed ultimate there in order to try and eat some damage. But the Fate of Both Worlds is going to be there to keep everybody alive through it. Saint not being able to get an elimination, but Albium is at the very least. And here goes Hella once more to the sky, but not going to be able to secure anything, but does create space, allowing Menace to be able to take the point.
Okay, so they have managed to get there. It wasn't clean. It wasn't easy.
Oh.
50 seconds left. There's actually maybe there's still that recontest. It's not quite done yet. The Raging Royal Flush. The ability for an Apex Predator or two. There is the Banhammer as well as Daredevil continues. Well, not Daredevil. I apologize. The Vanpool continues to keep on shooting, and Luna goes for a bit of a dance, and I'm not sure whether Menace have got the moves to stand up. Keep your eyes on Arts with that Heaven's Retribution. Oleg with the ability to let the devil out as well, make things tricky. The calling card comes in from Sinful, who's back on that Black Cat, looking for the Cat's Cradle, does get the KO, threatening this backline, dancing around, and picks up 2.
But a lot of time burned by Sainage. That makes it difficult for Menace. They have 3 minutes, a little under 3 minutes here to work with to move to the second checkpoint. So if Sainage can continue to stall out the way that they have been, it's going to make it a very close situation for Menace to be able to get through those checkpoints. They want a quick capture on this point. They do not want to get stalled out. They want to get a quick cap in order to have as much time as possible because they're going to need it. Arts with the quick backline dive there onto Hex, taking care of business, but is going to fall to Legacy. Bit of a back and forth exchange. Bio, huge elimination, and it is just going to be everything Bio right now. Potential pick here on them from Legacy is going to secure that onto Asto, but Oleg trading it back on Sinful, and it is just a constant back and forth attrition between these two teams.
Yeah, and again, Legacy here stacked up those beams, trying to get as much value as they can. Doesn't quite get everything they're looking for. Throws up the shield, desperate to hold on as the point keeps shoving on in. It has not been an easy run here in the way that Planet Sage Reminder had about 5 minutes on the clock as they hit that final section. Not the case here, I suspect, for the sign of Menace as Bio off on that flank angle, looking to throw one of those smoky snares down. Shots are good as Bloodstone finds another headshot. The Monster Hunter rounds a little bit more of a Helix advance to keep hunting for more shots. Throws out another of those traps, and Menace again are denied and delayed. They've got 1.5 minutes on the clock, but the time is ticking away.
Yeah, almost less than a minute. That is not a great situation for them. Planet Sainage, they have these, they're in a really good spot. They're right where they want to be. Bio doing a great job of just completely holding up this left angle, not really making it easy for people to approach through, able to quickly get up and down from that angle, as well as set up the traps. A very aggressive invisible boundary split off the point and from that approach, allowing Menace to walk forward, but Sinful getting contested pretty heavily. Razak almost to that Fate of Both Worlds. Albium really low. Not going to use it just yet. Bio does manage to take out Hex, but Saint gets asked, and it is, forcing it out to contest with that Raging Royal Flush in order to stall out Sainage, but Lin is going to be able to meet it right back, and that's going to allow Sainage to actually survive the stall out if they go for that full trade on it, as there is no substrat ult on the side of Menace to contest that Fate of Both Worlds.
Not right now, but now Planet Sainage begin to turn around that Fate of Both Worlds you're talking about. They get on there. You've got 20 seconds left, and you've lost control of the car. Lin steps forward very aggressively, zoning off as many members as they can. The Elsa pairs up with that one. Dwarf is the one who ends up throwing out a card saying, is this your card? And it happens to be the Death, number 13 in the tower, to pick up another. Off on that flank angle, continue to threaten off, as again, Saint goes down, desperate to try and get a touch. Does get the overtime. The Psionic Seduction to try and force people on point, but the aim down sight is there. The Assassin's Focus trying to get Menace what they need. They have got control of the card again. Overtime is there, but they really need to keep this cart moving. There can be no more delays.
And they do not want to get wiped out collectively as a whole effort because there is nobody on Strange for it. Psionic Seduction being fired right back, but Diamond Form is there to stop it for the initial advancement. Nobody going to get picked off of that initially, but everybody from Menace is feeling so much pressure. Oleg in that back line. And the card still in contention. It gets split back huge across the board, and there's nobody on point now. Great job by Sainage stopping that, and we are getting that game 3. They have tied it up 1-1.
And look, Bio was putting out great damage in that first map, but was dying a little bit doing it. This time gets a hold of the Elsa and absolutely breaks the ankles of Menace there with a wonderful last-second ult there on that Apex Predator to drag everyone off the point. It'll be the Vampool that ends up with the MVP, and again was doing a really good job of just continuing to hold the point and getting that damage down as well. We saw what you can do then once you start to get some of those gun upgrades up to the real max ranks. You kind of become a fake extra duelist, really. So credit in general for Sainage for dropping us into a map that they were very comfortable on, that isn't quite as regular in the pro circuit, and making it work and dragging us to a deciding map.
Yeah, we get to see our first, full series on the day so far. And it's going to be, unfortunately, as nice as it was for us to be able to go to Hall of Dajalia, I know you are a fan of this map. I am so tired of Museum, but it looks like for our next map, we are going to be heading to Museum, hallways with ramps, and that is really all
they're very
it
cool
is.
hallways, and we get some really, really cool contests because all the spawn points are really close to your checkpoints, so you end up with like absolute bloodbaths all the time, which, warms my cold dead heart,
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it.
Flannels has worked with me for all of like an hour and is already like, I need a new caster. Can't do it anymore with this guy.
It's just, the general consensus across most people is it's more just people just see Museum so often. But I get it. It's a good map for the purposes of being able to get wins, because almost never do people get full pushes on Museum. So it's always a map that there is going to be opportunity to get that win, because you have really good odds of the other team not going the distance.
Like that first corner alone is somewhere you can get that first hold. And again, where those respawn points are, things like getting through to that first checkpoint. Hell, the second checkpoint is often very, very difficult indeed, because even if you do bring down those defenders, they are back up and in action so quickly that it feels like your ability to find a spare moment to get a full shove uncontested, it is 2 to 5 seconds at most at certain points in a map.
Well, they went with the no Gambit and opted for that Venom, and it didn't seem to work out very well for them. So do you reckon that they're going to save the Gambit this time?
I think they might want to. They tried a different tack. It didn't really work. I appreciated the idea on the map, but I think Sainage just looked that much more comfortable. And again, giving up the Elsa on top of everything else felt like perhaps a step too far. I'm all for the creativity, especially in these early weeks of the meta, as people are still figuring out exactly where the combos and power really lies in draft on certain maps. We'll see exactly where this thing goes. Again, protect on the Gambit, ban on the Elsa right now. Makes some sense, especially as, of course, that Gambit was protected on the other side. I'm assuming this will now be a protect on the Gambit to go. As they will not have that timeout. I was worried that was a missed protect and realized that was from the previous section.
Yes, no. But fortunately, so Elsa being eliminated from both sides. It makes sense. We just saw Elsa be such a important factor for, Sainage. So, good takeaway. And that once more, the Widow again from Menace. That's pretty much something that they've gone for every single time to not have in play. But that leaves opportunity here for, it looks like, Sainage to get a one-sided mag, maybe.
The Black Cat
if
again.
they're not going to go.
I think they want that for Sinful.
Yeah, the Black Cat safe.
Yeah, and look, how do I put this? Sinful, when they found those moments, particularly once they've got the calling card up and available, has been really popping off. I think the neutral hasn't really been as dominant as they'd like. I think they've been picked off a little bit too freely. I think in particular, people like Bio have been able to isolate them, get a few good shots down Linz as well on that Luna. When you've got that additional bit of damage and range as you do on a strategist like that, has been making the Black Cat's neutral game a little bit harder than I think Sinful would like. But I still think there is something about saying, we're in a deciding map. I'm very good at this hero. Just give me it again.
Yeah, but sure enough, we are going to see Sainage maybe opt in for this one-sided mag. It does so much, but they're not sure, and they're going to miss it entirely, so they get nothing saved. Oh,
well, they get one or the other, I suppose.
Yeah, it's going to be basically whatever they, or maybe both. If Menace want to go with Loki ban, but so far we've seen a missed ban in every series, and now it's a missed save. So something missed in the ban save every single series so far. This team's got to wake up a little bit.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate there. I guess there's some conversations going on about exactly what to do, but again, you don't have that much time. Sometimes you just need to lock something in. That's unfortunate, but either way, still means Oleg gets a hold of the Black Cat for themselves, looking to show Sinful how it's done, and despite protecting the Black Cat right now, it's not been locked in. We'll see whether that gets changed once we hit the locker rooms, so to speak, the spawn rooms. That's our comps as they stand.
Well, Menace going for a bit of a stall out comp here. We see the Atom there for the Resurrections. That's going to be one thing about the Loki. Having that on the table, you're going to be able to go for the double Karmic Revival. So that is a lot
So much
of
karma.
stall out
You've
potential.
done so much good work in your life.
So all the karma in the world. But, it's a very aggressive lineup from Sainage. I mean, you have two strong vanguards that are able to put down a lot of pressure from decent distance. You aren't required to get up particularly close, but Asto can follow up on the dive a little bit, but you're gonna have Bio and Oleg there getting in that back line, and it's gonna be really just important on keeping Hex down and forcing that cocoon being used early.
Switching off to that Bucky now rather than sticking with the Psylocke. It'll be Oleg alone looking for those flank options. Again, as you called out, Asto can join somewhat, especially once he pulls out those katanas. But either way, it will not be Menace looking for the full hold at the initial corner, looking to set up at the back end of this first corridor, as a lot of teams all want to do, get those group walls up and have that incredible amount of healing between the triple strategist plus an Emma and a Groot to just brawl and bruise your way through these initial opening fights. Good chunk there as Asto tries to get an angle up there. Does get hit by that initial carbon crush and has to back away as the diamonds begin to do some damage out. Back on the point nonetheless. Looking for a flank angle here as Asto. Maybe up for that up angle can threaten off on some of those Loki clones. Try and clear out some of those backline annoyances. Already got the ability to throw down a Van Hammer though and keeps on a firing. Damage is good. Gets shielded up by the mag to ensure the damage keeps rolling. There comes the initial wall, but it's good on the retreat there. And again, forces away Halvium from the initial clone setup. It means there's not that many places to retreat. Do lose a couple members though, and Menace pull back well enough and can now look to retake the cart.
And that is going to be their first time holding up the advancement of Sainage. Hex, obviously is a little bit further behind on that ult charge, but getting two important eliminations, I think it's worth it overall. But Alvi, unfortunately, will be able to copy them for that Karmic Revival if they need it early on. Sainage, that's a good initial first push. You get up to that first main corner. You don't get held up on that initial departure point. But, Razak with a huge elim once more on Asto.
Yeah.
So we keep seeing Sainage losing Asto here early on, and that just immediately forces their team to have to back off a little bit, losing that anchor to be able to be on that front line for you, take some space, eat some damage, and it's just allowing Menace to slowly build up their ult charge. And everybody's getting really low. They're hesitating on this Royal Flush, looking for it to go. Kraken Impact looking to follow up on it immediately, but down goes the Carbon Crush, forcing out the Meteor M to survive a little bit. Oleg finding two, and we connect on Sinful for one. Bio picking up one as well, but here comes that first Karmic Revival, getting things going, and they're going to be ready for a second one here if they need it.
Linz and Astomat put down their own ults now as well. The fate of both worlds is traded out instead with the invisible boundary. The ults keep flying from the strategist, making this a very difficult shove as Menace put up the walls and hold them. The siege continues. Sainage just about were in control for a second or two longer, but Menace forced them back off. And again, the cart moves an inch or two, but no further. Continuing to try and wall off a few members there. Can't quite confirm that into a kill, though, as they're forced to back away.
That is a huge series there for Menace on the defense, not having to use that second Karmic Revival. So now the next time that Sainage, they committed all of their ult So they committed all of their ults so heavily there, and that now they don't have anything on this next fight. As the Sonic Seduction comes through, they're trapped in a corner,
Right.
looking to get dove upon by the members of Menace. Linz and
Nice.
Bio both really low. Linz goes down, and so does Bio, and that is going to be Sainage backed up once more. 30 seconds left, and Hex still has this Karmic Revival ready to go. We're going to see Sainage have to do a portal play here soon at this rate, even though they're not very far from their respawn.
Yeah, they'd really rather not. They'd like to hold it for the next point if they can, but with 15 seconds, they at least need the push. They need to get that touch in. Getting rid of some of those Loki clones will be key. Trying to ensure that that setup is somewhat mitigated between the clones and the walls and all of that strategist healing, making things very tricky. They're down a few of their ults, but Hex has still got that Karmic Revival up and available. Biomachina nearly at their own Kraken Impact. Dwarf with the Raging Royal Flush can look to pull that trigger instead. They've got the ability to throw down a Banhammer as well. Bio threatening. Good shot. That's a triple. It's more than good shot. It's great shots. Headshot after headshot. And sometimes all that matters is clicking on people's heads.
Oh, but that's a huge takedown on Dwarf right after they get off the Raging Royal Flush. Meteor M is up, though, looking to slam it down. Will they find the connection? They do. Linz finishing off that elimination on Legacy, but here comes Alvium looking for that copy, just ending. Razak now with the invisible boundary up to keep things stalled out, and they are trying to keep things alive for the side of Menace, but they are falling bit by bit. Oleg with a double on the Wolverine, looking to clean this up. Hex using the cocoon, but it's not going to be enough. The portal comes through, and they're looking to keep this alive just a little bit longer.
It's not looking good. The Luna gets some more shots. Linz over by the portal says, you just lost track of me. And sometimes the Luna can double up as an additional bit of duelist power. Oleg, having flexed over to this Wolverine, ended up being a bit of a difference maker to cut through some of those big HP balls that Menace were looking there. The siege ends in favor of Signage. They get to that first checkpoint. Menace's walls come crumbling down, and on the dawn of the 5th minute, I guess, look to the Wolverine, look to the Meteor M.
But at the very least, they did burn all of that initial time, so little under 2 minutes for Sainage to advance, and this is the point that most people get hung up on for an extended period of time. So Menace still in a really good spot right now to get a stop and not let them get into that third checkpoint territory.
Asto into the backline, looks to throw down that Banhammer, gets it on top of the Loki, makes things tricky for Albion. They've managed to bring down Legacy as well elsewhere. Man advantage right now for the Outer Planet Sainage. The Deadpool sometimes been a little bit isolated, looking to get picked off, does manage to do a good job of splitting Menace apart though and keeping the shove rolling. Feels like there's a little bit of momentum here right now, but it's not this point that is often the hold. It's up here at the top of the ramp with how close the spawn is for Menace that makes this a tricky state of affairs. Can look to come around either the right or the left. You can see why Asto is desperate to try and at least limit the options here.
And huge final stand coming through, but he gets choked out of it immediately. Sinful picking up that elimination, and that's going to put a stop to that instantly. Sinful still has the Kraken Impact ready to go, but so does Bio, looking to fire back, and it is going to be less than a minute. Sonic Seduction comes through, trying to catch multiple members along with that Kraken Impact crashing down. Are they going to find a reset? It does not look like it, and Bio is going right back with their own, paired with that Raging Royal Flush, and they are going to be able to get one elim. Dwarf clean up that elimination, and it is going to be aggression on the side of Sainage, looking to take them out one by one. The Loki clones putting down the lamps, trying to stall things out, but a huge headshot there on Legacy. Bio coming up big. Dwarf as well. He is a strategist, not a healer. Multi-elimination for Dwarf there. And it is going to be Sainage capturing the point and moving in to third point territory.
Less than 2 minutes, not a problem. Sainage make it look easy. That's supposed to be one of the hardest tools, but Bio sometimes just says it might be a hero shooter by genre, but it doesn't matter if I just click better. Some of these shots have been superb over the last couple of minutes, and now you look at the ult economy, it's very much in Sainage's favor. They can look to keep rolling now that this car has turned into a big old rubber boat, and I feel like Menace, the wheels might be coming off a little. In the case of the car, quite literally. That's
just a
storm ult.
little bit, and here comes the Omega Hurricane looking to find something, but there's a Fate of Both Worlds there to keep everybody alive. Not gonna be able to find
Meteor M.
elimination through it. Meteor M crashing down, finding one, taking care of Hex, but Sinful is firing back. Bio on the exchange as well. It's still a back and forth bloodbath between these two teams. The point still in control of Menace right now. Sainage trying to flip it as Arts is just advancing steadily here on the Magneto, applying the pressure, finally forcing them off, but 35 seconds to go for Sainage.
It feels like unless Menace can find a moment here, it's going to get quite tricky. Bio nearly back at that Kraken impact. Oleg onto the Black Cat once more, swept off that Wolverine, nearly at that ability to fall down the calling card. Sure, Saint can look for that Feast of the Abyss. Sinful maybe as well, getting towards that Kraken impact, but I'm a bit worried about where the strategist ults are at right now. Raz needs to get to that Gambit ult anytime now, 99%. Can he look to find the Raging Royal Flush? The ability to pull the trigger is there, but they are down there. Hella, that's problematic. Raging Royal Flush put down, but I don't know whether the cards in hand will be enough. Bio on the flank angle, desperate to find some more shots. Good higher angle, and all the way we go.
But
and
they're
it
not
is
on the
just
point.
about enough. They're forced off the point, and Menace manage to stop the advance.
Oh, you know, sometimes you just don't be on the objective, and that's how the map ends, unfortunately, once more. So now Menace in a pretty good position to be able to win this, but Sainage can have a very stalwart defense and shut this down. I mean, it is very common for teams to get a full hold on defense on this map. So, you know, Menace very much in a position to be able to win, but Sainage, it's not unheard of for them to be able to get a full hold here by any means necessary.
Look, that's a couple times now. At the end of maps, we've seen them drop off the point, and it's cost them. I get it. There was a Feast of the Abyss with the Rage and Royal Flush going on. You don't want to get hit by that empowered Venom ult, especially with everyone else collapsing in at Mach 5, but you need someone to bite the bullet and just say, I'm going to stay on the point. It didn't happen. Sure, we saw Bio get out there on the Bucky, but it meant that no one was touching the point. And now they've got to do the hard work of holding against Menace, who have got to feel like there is an opportunity for them here. That said, we know how defender-sided this map is. Bit of a switch up in the comp. They've got themselves the mag, they've got themselves the EMEA. Double shields, double ability. Just hold the line and say, good luck, Menace. Try and break through.
And that's exactly what we're going to see Menace try to do, coming out with the Storm, providing that extra damage amplification, as well as just Storm being a solid duelist now with that Thor team up, making her hit scan, letting you get headshots, and they are managing to push Sainage back a little bit towards that point. Finally going to see the payload get contested and held up just a little bit, but it's tricky positioning for Sainage here on the defense, having to regroup back. That carbon form immediately needed to be able to get out on that side, but getting really low. We do see Razzo go down, and that's going to be a huge elimination for Bio to keep things slowed up for Menace.
That they do, and they force them back off. It's a really good use of that team up there from Arsenal. Get that sword out and swinging. Oleg now potential off angle here, potentially finding some ways in, spots out a few members, goes invisible, pulls away. Again, good mastery there of the Black Cat store to try and find a little bit more information. Might not be on the Daredevil, but you can still scout out well. Bio, again, so threatening on this Bucky, has been very accurate. The cart keeps rolling from Menace though nonetheless. As Sainage are forced back away again. Damage is good from Faz looking to get on and needs to back away. The Rage and Roll Flush comes on down. They want to pull the trigger while they can. The walls come on down. Trying to get a few more shots in. Sinful returning the favor on the Bucky. Desperate to find a few more shots of their own. Does have that Kraken impact. Yet to pull the trigger though, as they're forced back around the corner. And Sainage say, Menace, you go no further quite yet.
Menace, they do have the Royal Flush ready to go, but immediately lands with a huge pick on Hex, taking them out right away. The Meteor M is up, though. Not going to be able to connect. Does get blocked, but still advancing, fortunately for them. And that is going to be Sainage with a huge stop, forcing back the members of Menace once more towards their spawn. Oleg going crazy on the Black Cat, getting into that back line and providing the necessary pressure.
Cat's Cradle might now only have the 1 charge, but it's more than dangerous enough if you get on top of someone like that, and the damage is good indeed. Gonna have to go for a bit of a reset, a bit of a respawn, and a re-push here from Menace. Got a few ults to work with. Eyes on that Gambit ult in particular, paired up with the Kraken Impact. Will need to make this work. Now comes that Raging Royal Flush to step on forwards, and they'll try and Psionic Seduction to deny the immediate Kraken Impact. Delay it for a little bit, they back away. That'll be a wall going up as well. In comes that Omega Storm from Hex, but is immediately forced to back away as the shield went very low indeed. Planet Sailing still with all their members. The fate of both worlds is in. The Kraken Impact to find something, anything, but I wonder whether this might be the end of Pirates of the Caribbean, where the Kraken is beached and unable to find much impact. It's a new world, new day. A double kill though, nonetheless, so perhaps I spoke a little too soon. And Menace inches away from their checkpoint and dragging us to at least a few more minutes.
And just in time, the touch comes through for the portal to make it
Not
as
done yet.
well. And this could be huge. 2, 3. That's
Oh,
big
no!
eliminations for the side of Sainage. Hex manages to take care of Oleg, but it's not going to be enough. And now we are in very dangerous territory for Menace, as they are less than a minute. 40 seconds remain. We see Asto on this Wolverine now, and that could be a big change-up. Bio had to make the portal play, so they're off their primary role, but fortunately, Strange is a very aggressive character for this. Alvium prepping on that Loki, getting ready to engage. At 20 seconds left, they're going to have to make that touch, and then whoever dies first, they're going to need that portal play.
For that Raging Royal Flush, looking for another roll of the dice, another stacked hand, desperate to try and drag people off the point, threatening the MO, does go diamond form. The Meteor M is here. Is this the K2 Extinction event? It is at least the death of Storm, who is taken out. The inclement weather looks more like a summer breeze. All the while, Asto to the backside, another kidnap away, trying to keep them off the point. We are in overtime. Menace, if you have anything in the tank, you must use it now. All the while, Asto are continuing to threaten on the flanks. They're going to drag the Groot away and off the point, isolated away from their strategists and taken down. Continuing to threaten, the portal comes on down, but they're forced back on through as the Wolverine says, no, you don't. Overtime over. Sainage come out on top.
And there it is, the full hold. We said it was possible, and they did it. That was a beautiful stop on the side of Sainage, keeping that alive, and they are going to win this series 2-1 over Menace. Well played, though, to Menace. It was a phenomenal series. Both of these teams, it was neck and neck a majority of the way, and it really was just Sainage being able to execute a little bit better on that defensive side. Being able to get that full hold is so crucial for a team, and is really quite quite difficult for a team to overcome a lot of the times. We see Ignite level teams get full held, on that map. So, it's not an uncommon thing, but well done to both of these teams. Exciting series.
And I think for Menace, they're going to be ruining the chances that they threw away there. The fact that they couldn't hold quite so clearly at the end there on the museum. The fact that actually, despite Sainage kind of giving them a couple moments where they dropped off the point in that first map on Hell's Heaven, the fact that we did see them leave point on the convoy right there, or the cart there, right at the end of museum as well. That's still problematic, and it's going to be one of those ones they're going to have to go back and review and say, hey, where did it kind of go wrong, particularly the early phases of these maps where it went a little awry.
Yeah, but maybe our analysts can provide a little more depth onto all of it. And so we're going to hand you over to our analysts and let them get into the nitty gritty of how that series played out.
Well, look who decided to show up. It was me. Yeah, I had to step out for the last series. I do apologize. But luckily, my best friend in the whole wide universe, Mr. Soren over here, was holding the ship, making sure we were all good. I got seasick myself. I couldn't help it. So Soren, unfortunately, I wasn't around for the first map, but I did want to know what happened there.
Interested, because that's really what I want to break down, because map number 1 was Hell's Heaven, and we saw something that we keep hearing about, right? Especially if you're in the Marvel Rivals scene, you follow a lot of the competitive players. There is a lot of talk right now about the fact that Rogue is really strong. However, for the last 2 weeks, Keg, we haven't seen that much Rogue. Rogue has kind
Yeah,
of
how
been
come?
in the background. And it's because she's more of a dive character. And right now, front to back is kind of reigning supreme, poke as well. But front to back, especially with that Black Widow being so strong, we're just not seeing a lot of Rogue because she is
Well-
kind of getting punished in a way.
Hold on now. Reddit is telling me that dive is always super OP. Are you saying that Reddit and Twitter are wrong?
I'm saying Shibby is correct. that's what I'm saying. If you've been following Shibby's Twitter account, you know he's been fighting 1v9ing the entire dive community for a couple
Okay.
weeks now. But she has been struggling a little bit, even though she has a really, really strong team up with Gambit, which if you're unfamiliar, if you're familiar with the former team up that she had, where it does a little bit of extra damage, her basic attacks do some extra damage, as well as do some AoE healing to anyone nearby her. She now has that all the time. She doesn't need Gambit. It does boost that damage and that healing when Gambit's around, but she now has that at all times, which is incredibly strong. And we actually saw both teams on Hell's Heaven use the Rogue in two very different ways. First, we had Planet Sainage, who used her very stereotypically. They had her in pretty much a dive contingent, her with the DD. They were flanking around, trying to get some high ground, trying to eliminate some of the back line of the Menace as early as possible. And they were doing a pretty good job of it early, but they started falling a little flat. And that's because we saw Menace pull out the Rogue as well. Now, they did what we like to call in the business a death ball. They just kind of had everyone together on point and they played brawl. Instead of having her diving in behind enemy lines, they just had her up in the front, which instead of using all of those big engage tools to play a little bit more dive heavy, she used them actually to peel for her back line. And the thing is that when everyone's grouped up together like that, right on one big point, it becomes very difficult to try to burst through that, especially when you have the healers doing a really good job, as well as now that big Gambit team up Rogue, who is diving into the backline and giving the backline heals. So not even the healers have to really quite look at each other anymore. It was just really good play from them. Played her a little bit out of style rather than dive, going much more brawl heavy. And in the end, it worked out pretty darn well, especially when they had the Bucky too, who was able to punish that dive contingent from Planet Sainage pretty hard. They were just able to pull that DD in over and over and over again and prevent them from getting an angle to get a dive in onto the point.
So would you say the Rogue was the apex factor that allowed the teams to really change the course of the game?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Rogue was a big defining factor. I mean, I really think that Ashto was the MVP of that map leading into that point 3. I know their team ended up not winning, but they also did an incredible job in point number 2, or map number 2 and map number 3. I think they got MVP for both of those maps. So unfortunately, not able to get MVP all the way through because obviously they lost game number 1. But I think that Vanguard play was super incredible, and it started out on that Rogue. And I think that kind of did help set the pace and set the tone that we were going to be looking towards the Vanguards very often, which we did throughout that entire series.
So let me ask you this. We're still going into season 9.0 very early. We had major changes with the team ups coming into this game. It pretty much remade, I would say, Marvel Rivals to a lot of different extents. Historically speaking, right, strategists have always been one of the most somewhat broken roles in the game too. Now that the Vanguards, I think the community generally agrees that like almost all of them are viable. Would you say that the Vanguards are the strongest role in the game right now, and they are the role that we should be looking at the most as viewers going into this next series?
I have a yes. Yes, I do, and I'm gonna explain it to you.
That's a yes with an
very
asterisk, isn't it?
No, it's a yes with a little bit more explanation. I have a rule,
okay.
Keg. Okay,
You have a rule.
There are bad teams, right? Obviously, we don't have any bad teams here, but there are bad teams
It's
in
only the
Marvel
ones I play on.
Rivals. And then there are good teams. Good teams typically have a really good strategist line. Great teams for me have, and even bad teams could have a good DPS line, but they struggle in the back line and the front line. So I think good teams are when you have good DPS and you have good strategists. Great teams when you have a good DPS line that also has a really good Wolverine, and when you have an amazing team. I'm talking the likes of TLC, Swamp Gaming, Genji, Navi. It's when you have an absolutely incredible front line. You can get by on okay frontline, but the best teams in the world have incredible frontline talent. And I think that is the big difference maker. So I think, yes, Vanguards do not get enough appreciation. I think they are really the big make or break for a lot of rosters. And when you have metas like this, where everything's up in the air and you have an entire pool of Vanguards who are incredibly strong, it really does start to show. And you get to see a lot more moments of these Vanguards getting highlighted.
All right, well, we have our homework, chat. We got to look at the Vanguards coming into this next series. That's right, we've got one more of the day, and you have to have your popcorn ready right now because there is no break. We're heading straight into it. We got Flannels and Initialize right on the other side of our curtain. We'll see you there.
Welcome back, folks. Still me, Initialize, joined by Flannels. Try that again. Thank you again, Keg and Soren. Look, they're so good at their analysis, they left me speechless, quite literally there. Allegedly, my job is speaking the English language good to all of you. But sometimes even that fails me. And here we are, ready to get into our final match of the day. And it should be, in some ways, a fairly heavyweight one, if I think, at least on paper, somewhat one-sided.
It's we're seeing an interesting situation here. We are getting to see Triple T come in here.
Yeah.
We've seen a little bit of PC Sacred, and they're going up against a new team that's been brought in, that is Team ENGAGE.
Yeah.
And this is a result of, a couple of the teams after the way the relegation qualifiers played out and everything. Not everybody was able to continue to field their rosters from the qualifiers and after MRCs and stuff like that. So they took on players to make a team to be able to participate in this league, and it is a bit of a heavyweight lineup. We have a lot of players from former Reason Gaming players, as well as a few people from Crimson Jolt. So there's a lot of there's some players with history together and having played together, just across the board at a very high level. We got to see a Simba earlier today, and we're gonna get to see another Simba now.
Slightly different
on
spelling,
this roster,
not the
slightly
same.
different spelling. Yeah, a little bit
exactly.
different, not the same Simba, but it's going to be definitely interesting matchup.
Like Lion King, Game of Thrones at some point when we get Simba v Simba. Like, this is going to be crazy.
The Simba v Simba, that'll be a fun one for the casters to be making those call outs between them, especially if they're on playing similar characters, since they I believe they play the same role. They're both duelists, so
yes,
that will be a tricky one indeed. So here we are seeing Triple T, a little bit of their lineup and their players. Some of them have played in Ignite matches with other people, but not really too established across the board. These are a lot of players who definitely a younger roster, but they're still, for the most part, across the board, one above all, except for PC. But they are coming in as the flex role for their team. So this is going to be definitely a trial and error. It seems a little bit for Triple T, figuring out what is going to work out best for them overall.
Yeah, and again, this will be a significant test of their skills, right? Because again, young roster, talented players, make no mistake about it, but with this distinct level of competitive success and what's the word I'm looking for? Just experience, frankly, from the side of Team ENGAGE. Again, hosted by, in fact, you'll notice, that way around, the guys who are helping run this tournament, in fact, as they managed to help keep this roster's lights on, which I think is a fabulous thing to see, and one of the things you love to see in grassroots, people coming together to support players and make sure they get the opportunities that they can get where they can find them. And that makes, I think, this a real challenge for Triple T in general, because again, so many of these, pretty much every player has been to MRC, has placed well at Ignite, has got all of this history behind them, a number of different rosters and organizations they played on before. On the other side, yeah, there's one or two notable matches and stuff they played in, but it's just not on the same level. And that means that you're coming in to this tier 2 tournament here for EMEA, and you're going, okay, time to really step up and see what we can do, because there's going to be a lot of weeks to play, a lot of room to grow. But you imagine, at least in this kind of first outing, the favor has to go towards Team ENGAGE.
And we are going to find that out right now for you folks, as we're going to get started into this last match of the day, and it is going to Celestial Husk.
We've been pretty varied with our maps. We've not all been stuck on Hell 7. We've seen the one museum. In fact, we've only got to the one map 3 so far, at least from what I've been casting. Didn't get to see all of the first set of matches, so maybe I'm lying through my teeth here, but not intentionally, I promise you guys. But what's your take on a little bit of a trip to Clintar?
You know, people who have been here before, that have heard me before, they know that I am not a fan of Clintar maps. But it is what it is. I do think it's a good map. I'm just not a fan of the Clintar map mechanics, with the terrain being able to change so randomly at important times. I mean, so many times have I seen it be a problem. But I think it's mostly there's just so much early season trauma from Symbiotic Surface. Just those tight hallways that have been plagued by just aisleway AoEs.
I think also, like, I'm not a massive fan of this Dom map. I find some of the angles, some of the terrain, and kind of like its hitboxes a little bit awkward to work around. I get why teams do like it when they're given the opportunity, and again, because it's got quite open sky, that ability to play some of those flyers if you're really feeling like it, or look for some of those more interesting off-angle flankers and champions, or heroes rather. They can look for those off angles, can be very strong indeed. Larry looking to go, by the by, off towards something like the Jeff. Worth noting on the other side, I want to say it was one of the players, I need to go look up exactly who it was, who's a really big Jeff enjoyer over from Triple T, and we'll see whether, I think it's Alex, who was a big Jeff player, so quite funny to see currently that being hovered on the side by Larry. Some of these bans and picks still coming on through, though. The Mantis double ban is there, Gambit Protect on both sides, Elsa removal on both sides, alongside the mags, matched relatively cleanly so far.
Yeah, and there's going to be the first Widow save, so that is going to be their priority for their hit scan overall. And it's, you know, that's a character that we've seen banned quite a bit today, and it has been an important duelist when it does get through. However, very important for that Loki to be taken away. They can get the one-sided Loki, but they're also going to opt to save that Widow. So, you know, if Triple T doesn't ban it, there is a chance for ENGAGE to have a one-sided Loki, which could let them double up on that Royal Flush, which may be the advantage, but Triple T knows better than that, as they're going to hover that Loki right now. Maybe, but they could change it.
Else they want to, I mean, giving up Loki is risky, right? That would be a dangerous one.
There it is.
Give up with the Gambit already there. It's going to be the double bans on the Loki. We'll still have the Widows protected. We'll still have the Gambit protected. We're basically
mirrored across the board
here. It is a mirror.
It's mirrored across the board.
I should have just backed myself. It was, in fact, mirrored.
Yeah, and we might be seeing our first Jeff of the day if this sticks with Larry. If they stick with it.
Well, we'll see what happens when we get towards the spawn rooms and see if the people want to switch out. We had a similar moment earlier. We saw the Jubilee locked in briefly, but again, you're not obligated to start with the hero you first lock in. You can change around. You've got 30-odd seconds to make some decisions there. We'll see exactly where our rosters get locked in towards, and indeed, it will be a switch over towards the woman.
You know, and we almost were maybe looking at a mirror initially as well. You know, we had similar vanguards. We've got similar strategist lines. I'm expecting them to go Widow at some point on the side of Triple T. Otherwise, you know, why save it? But right now, they're going to be coming out. Yep, there it is. So it was pretty close. And there's Tim actually rolling out. Nope, changed back. He's baited us once more. He was on that Jeff for just a moment.
You hoped.
Went to the Gambit. I hoped, just because it would have been the first time that we've seen it. A character who was so common in high level of play for so long and is now just really not seen
just been hit a few too many times with the nerves. It's a nice little dive into the backside, though, to begin with, as Captain goes in. Not going to get demoted quite yet. Is swift enough on that retreat and gets out, but it's a nice little bit of initial disruption. Worth noting, we've got an interesting Vanguard lineup here as well, with the Vanpool and the Groot on one side, with the Emma into the Groot in particular. Feels like a nice matchup for the Emma in particular, able to keep stacking up that beam charge off of the walls. Good damage right now from Simba, who does shove someone over the edge briefly. Very entertaining, again pulling a Scar. You're supposed to be taking after Mufasa, but never mind. Simba still feeling relatively happy. He's tripled down a number of members as Engage, well, do their namesake and get the initial Engage rolling well.
Excellent execution by the side of Engage. Well played out. Very patient play overall. And, you know, they're showing that definite level of experience, being able to take their time and not get disrupted so easily by a backline Engage from Captain, who is now swapped over to that thing, who's going to be a bit more of a frontal aggressor coming at you. But we're looking at maybe Cal pursuing for an isolated pick, but not quite going to happen. Simba already firing off that ult, but Soto is going to find that trade on forever to exchange out the Vanguards. But it is just a little bit of an exchange up top between these gunslinging duelists and Vanguard, but nothing flipped over just quite yet, as Sacred does fall to Selbst, but Aliraf finding Cal as well. So a little back and forth, but still in favor of Engage.
Chia trying to find their way out, got a little bit stunned up there briefly, but okay for now. Earthbound by the thing, but manages to escape up as the invisible boundary is down. Makes herself invisible in Tane. Looking to get to that backline. That's a nice little dive, and a wonderful cat's cradle to jump on in. Secures that kill. Well managed there by Team Engage, and they're on the point. 70% already secured Triple T. You're running out of opportunities here to make this contest stick.
I almost feel like this is maybe a situation where Triple T maybe should have gone for the portal already, just because if they get routed that same way that they just did, as quickly as they did, they're not going to have time for a portal play. But Engage may not even give them the chance. The Royal Flush is getting primed and ready to go, but so much pressure still coming through by Simba, and here it is, along with the Entangling Prism. They're going to look to close this out right away and not even let Triple T get there, but they're going to use the invisible boundary to guide them to the point, at the very least, to be able to force the overtime and start to flip the point. But nobody from Engage is even close to being at risk of falling. Simba taking out Sacred immediately in this, and it is going to be slowly Engage still contesting the point, forever dropping low, but Simba with one more, and they are starting to find the backline sides of Triple T. One by one they fall. Selbst and Simba on the elimination spree, and Cal is looking to close it out here on the last strategist for Triple T. As the point is going to flip back over, and overtime will start to run down. But they will have time for a portal play at least.
They're going to have to look for it now, because at least they do get that. There's the portal play incoming. Simba, the Lion's supposed to be sleeping, but alas, it'll be the Black Widow making everyone else sleep tonight. It feels like the shots have been lethal. Tranquilizer darts for 5 to 10 seconds as they hit a grey screen simulator. All the while, Engage, desperate and well holding here. Triple T, in fact, the ones feeling a little bit more desperate. They've lost one of their strats already. Invisible Woman down, and the overtime just isn't long enough. First point goes the way of Engage.
Well, I think that went about the way that we predicted it might, just based off of, you know, looking at it on paper overall. And looking at it, you know, you can see it there. A couple members on the side of Engage never having fallen. Simba in particular, 13-0, doing some heavy lifting on that duelist. 5 finals, but Cal and Shia are nothing to snuff at. Great contributions as well across the board, but kudos to the strategists, not going down. Full uptime on that back line. Sacred, unfortunately, not able to get any value, just immediately getting obliterated every time they get into that back line.
And look, we are seeing that, you know, Alex and, of course, Selbst doing a good amount of, or rather, Tim doing a lot of healing, but it's one of those issues, right, where Engage's strats have been able to put out a lot more damage and also haven't required as much healing to do, right, because the combos from Triple T haven't been landing as aggressively, haven't been as lethal when they have come on forwards, and that's made the lives of Engage strats a little bit easier. On that flank angle, lands a couple marks, not gonna step on forwards. Keep an eye on those ult charges. Well, Larry's got themselves that invisible boundary if they want to pull it. Instead, Tim gonna make sure that the Raging Royal Flush comes on down. Flank angle from Sheer here, as that invisible boundary also in place to kind of mitigate it. Still looking for the flank, the thing in the front line, trying to ensure they get a few punches down, but unfortunately for them, it ain't clobbering time anymore. Instead, they're the ones with a bit of a headache. The Sonic Pursuit available. He puts up with this wall, debating that'll be to step on in. Shire at the backside finds himself a pick-off onto the invisible woman who is dead to rights, not so invisible anymore. Spotted out and brought down. Is traded out though well. Triple T though missing, of course, their front line. The Vanguard down and the Black Widow down as well. Engage just coming out on top in the extended play.
Unfortunately, Sacred did have a big Devil Unleashed, finding themselves on the board finally with multiple eliminations. But while he was getting those, Shia was picking apart their backline and following up on cleaning through fights. And that was just not enough for Triple T to be able to survive. And there goes the Entangling Prism. Still aggression on the side of Engage. Great drop down for Forever and protecting himself, but quickly sniped out. Cal goes. Ellie with a big elim. And this could be the first time for Triple T to actually fully flip the point and have nice control, but they are going to need to find some more secured eliminations as the Raging Royal Flush comes through from Self. They find that pick, fortunately, but Forever gonna be able to trade back on Charlatan on the Groot for Groot. So no advancement quite yet for Triple T as they are slowly now starting to lose players one by one, and it's Engage sticking onto the point.
Out comes the sniper, and Black Widow decides to focus in as an assassin, desperate to pick up a few more kills. Doesn't quite find what they're looking for. That hunger for blood will have to be sated with equal control of the point for now. 66% completed. Now up onto this upper balcony, looking to come across those Clintar-esque symbiotic bridges that come and go as they please. Annoying flannels, as we chatted about the terrain being a little obnoxious at the point. Also, just keep an eye on that wall. Shire just hanging off on that off angle, threatening anyone who does come through that little opening. Good shot again, though, as they bring down their opposite number. Sniper v Sniper warfare goes handily the way of Simba, who is the king of the jungle. Continues to hunt for more. It's a double already. The autos come flying, does get stunned up, but I think it might be too little, too late. The invisible boundary's an awkward position. Engage have dropped a couple members, though, making this a bit more of an even affair than I initially anticipated. The calling card from the Black Cat, looking to punish an extended play that allows them to pick up a double. You thought it was over. It really isn't.
And here comes the portal, looking for that last moment contestation, but down is Soto at the moment. They're still down a player. Sacred's gonna pop that devil. He's gonna get immediately popped. Nothing to come through. Strangling Prison is gonna stall everybody up, and Cal is gonna find a double to keep things going for Engage here, as they're just going to obliterate the members of Triple T one by one as they come through that portal. We do see Alex manage to find one in the exchange, which has slowed up Engage just a bit, but they are not off of the point yet. Engage needs to clean up these stragglers and get them off, but Soto is just such a character of staying alive on this thing.
They're just refusing to give up. They've got the ability to put on the assassin's focus and try and pick up these kills, but the thing is so annoying. Charlatan's back. Alex is here. The overtime keeps rolling. 99%. Ain't the whole 100. And Engage need to make sure that this Raging Royal Flush stop things. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto, but it isn't as effective as I think they were hoping for. Triple losing 2 members, and the overtime just times out.
And sure enough, that map, despite being a 99-0, still looked more competitive for the side of Triple T compared to the first map. And even though on the first map, they managed to take control, however briefly, but they weren't able to find eliminations really, whereas this time they were at least able to consistently find eliminations and exchanges, and were able to definitely be a bit more competitive. But Engage, true to what their roster is with their players, very experienced, know how to maintain extended contention even with losing players, and they are flexing that veteranship a little bit right now.
It feels like the comms seem very clean. They seem very aware of what Triple T were trying to do and just managing it really well. We didn't see too many nerves there. The only thing that got a little bit dicey was that overtime at the end. And reminder, even if they had lost that point, it would have been overtime and they would have needed a full 0 to 100 conversion, which was next to impossible anyway. So again, credit to Triple T for at least finding some moments which felt more competitive, but more competitive is still a long way from really threatening ENGAGE there, who have come in, combining a few different rosters with a lot of veterancy, a lot of experiences, and so far, not missing a beat.
No, they didn't miss a single beat, really, at any point in time in that series overall. But, you know, we knew that this was going to be a bit of an uphill battle for the side of Triple T coming into it, just based off of that roster. And they have the makings of a team with potential. I think Sacred needs to work a little bit on opportunistic engages.
Yeah.
You know, that first map, they were a lot better on it on the second map, but the first map, you know, the 0-4-0 was kind of just getting in there by themselves a little bit, got quickly eliminated each time, but then they were a bit better with target priority and opportunities on that second map, and it allowed for them to be able to find those eliminations finally that they needed as the dive character for that team. But, you know, it's clear that Triple T is definitely a young team and they are still figuring out their identity and what works best for them.
And look, there's still a lot of tier 2 play to go. This is week 1 of the proper season, right? We have got months to go. This should be a great time. And I exaggerate somewhat, but the point is you can look to get some scrims in, keep practicing, keep going through those reps and figure out where it all went a little bit wrong. There's still a lot of time to get better. And even if it is things like, hey, look at how the Black Cat played there for ENGAGE from Shia, who's like, I am holding on to my calling card until you think the play is over and it's like a 3 for 2 or whatever. And then with all your resources down, I can come diving in the back end of that play and pick up a couple extra to turn things around. Just sometimes it's a timing thing as much as anything else, more than it is like a mechanics thing. And that really does become more and more of a deal as we do head into sort of competitive play, because it's all well and good being able to play the hero. Knowing when to play and use your mechanics is often more important than anything else. And I believe, Flannels, we're heading to Central Park next.
Scrim Park, that's where we're going. A favorite for many, so much that it is the go-to scrim map. So it is one of the most played maps. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it's nicknamed Scrims Park, and it's a solid convergence map. You know, it does have that chokehold entry, but it does also have other ways to approach, as well as being able to break open that pathway a little bit more. But it's a pretty good map for being able to have full holds as well. And doesn't have anything too quirky to it outside of a couple map changing moments that I've seen a couple times.
Definitely had buildings rebuild and throw me into a wall, and that's been bad. Yeah, that does happen occasionally. But on the whole, especially compared to something like Clintor, it happens in more aggressive manners. I'm completely there with you. What I will say is that that ability on defense, particularly to run some very interesting comps early on with things like the Penny, potentially some Flyers even, if you want to be very aggressive there, can be a fun one if you choose to go towards it. Doesn't look like that's being the consideration right now, but again, it's just hovers. We need to see what the bans are to begin with. I wonder whether we get the same mirrored bans once more. Mantis, as ever, removed up front.
I think we're definitely going to see divergence in the bans here a little bit. I think this is going to be a little in the favor of ENGAGE in terms of experience with so much time on this type of map, and knowing what characters can just be so important on a defensive side of this, and, you know, being able to stall out a point. And if they want to go for a really aggressive defense here to just go for a full hold, which from what we saw in the first map is definitely on the table for ENGAGE here with being on defense first.
You can see the Penny hover already. The fact that she can get those double nests down right now is horrifying on things like Central Park. I was going to say it's I personally call it the Herbie map. I know that's wrong. It's the Fantastic Four Herbie map. That's just what it is in my brain. It's always, I know it's not that. It's got an official name, but you can now do the double nest strat on there. Chatting with Shibby, who was walking me through a few of those bits as well. Midtown, thank you I wanted to say downtown. I was like, no, it's not. But thank you for the save on that one, Flannels. But basically, on the right map, Penny has really risen in priority, especially on those defensive sides of things. White Fox also the hover there right now, but again, I haven't seen any White Fox really today. At one point was incredibly potent at the pro level, but feels like she's kind of just dropped down a notch or two. I can see the Black Widow protected here, and that'll be a ban on the Groot, but that does theoretically mean that something a little different gets through here, as they'll protect Groot of their own, and I wonder whether we'll see a Black Widow ban now from the side of ENGAGE.
Well, it is looking like a Black Widow ban, and that's exactly what it is. But to touch on that White Fox, I mean, it's mainly because the dive hasn't been quite as prominent, but also there's just so much damage throughput in general right now that is going on. We're seeing a lot of teams, you know, working on more 2-2-2 comps, but the triple strats are still there. But White Fox's overall throughput just isn't on the same level as some of these other characters that are in that strategist role. And even, you know, Mantis now with her new baseline team ups, being able to have AoE healing and still being able to provide damage amp is just so good in general in that regard. But you know, it's just a tricky situation for White Fox right now where the hit scan duelists are so prominent, and that is kind of her biggest weakness.
Are we sticking with this Human Torch? We've seen it a little bit on this map here and there when people are being a bit spicy. I want to say it was Shikigami who ran it last playoffs, if memory serves, back in EMEA, if I remember that one. But it will be a switch off for now, again, just to at least get those rocket packs. As I said, it is just the hover in the spawn room, never really a guarantee. As ever, you get baited by that a little too easily. We'll see what they switch onto there, but it is back to the Human Torch, and we'll be rolling it.
A nice little torch action, but that's going to be dangerous with Simba on this Widow.
Yeah.
Going to be gunning for him, quite literally. And Sacred is going to need to do all they can to try and get into that back line, but they're going to have to go up against a triple strategist extreme with Shia on that Atom. So the Karmic Revival is going to be an important factor here for ENGAGE. They're going to be bunkered up with these Penny Nests, as well as just being able to go for a full stall out. But already the Penny Nests are down. So good disruption there for the side of Triple T, being able to do that, but they're not getting that advancement as Cal is going to find two still off of it, going for three, walking forward, and Simba's going to get one as well in on the action. And just like that, Triple T is brought to a full stop.
I mean, Cal said, "You dare destroy my nests? How dare you?" Just runs at them and pulls a Judge Dredd. I am the law. Breaks everyone's ankles and just keeps sprinting at them. And it's a very nasty turnaround there. We are going to come straight back to live, though, with Simba again on this Black Widow. Got a nice little off angle here to try and threaten people as they come down that corridor. It's a really nasty one to hold if you're on a ranged character. Just get stunned up briefly there with a good shot from the Luna on the other side there from Alex, but it won't necessarily do all that much. And again, the aggressive sort of sally from the defensive hold to force Triple T right back to spawn.
Just so much aggression on the side of ENGAGE, even with being on triple strategist. I mean, we're seeing Cal playing Penny, just walking at the opposition and making them back up, while Simba is applying so much backline pressure.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's such a huge addition for Widow being able to infinitely sprint, but also have a dive down skill out of that jump in order for having mobility. And we are seeing Triple T actually drop off of that torch and go to the Wolverine with a Punisher for maybe some more consistent pressure. But Shia is looking for that off-angle pinch with the Atom and Simba.
Isn't playing the Black Cat anymore. Gets the kill regardless. I thought you were supposed to be a strategist, mate. Clearly a sniper on the other side forever on this Emma. Goes to the diamond form, looking to find a bit of a pickup here with a choke slam or two. Won't quite find what they're looking for. Gambit throws down the ult. That'll be Tim getting a hold of that Raging Royal Flush. Desperately got to the point, but Penny returns the favor by starting sprinting around and saying, "You do not get on here for free." Taken a little low, but not really a genuine threat. The Punisher healed right back up again. Alex as well with that fate of both words available. But again, despite the different angle, despite a load of those ults burned, Triple T cannot knock ENGAGE away from this point.
Alex doing everything they can to keep their team alive there in that situation here in the corner. They have a chance to get a pick, but Forever is going to be able to get in there and just obliterate with a Carbon Crush onto Ellie, and that is just so brutal for them. The invisible boundary is up, met by that Fate of Both Worlds, but Simba is just going to be sitting up here ready and waiting with that Red Room Rifle ultimate. The Entangling Prism is through, but they're not going to be able to find anything just yet, but one more ultimate to go on top of it. That's Psionic Seduction to disrupt everybody on the side of ENGAGE, and this is opportunity for Triple T here.
Karmic
Finding three,
Revival!
but the Karmic Revival to stall it out.
They keep on rolling. We go again. You've got on there, Triple T, but you have to do it again. Punisher unleashes the arsenal. Judge, jury, and an attempt at being an executioner. Larry will make sure that the God of Mischief picks up an invisible boundary. There's that Red Room Rifle looking to pick down a few pickups as Simba begins to find some assassins, focuses some damage down, goes full auto. Damage is good. Bit of regen fielding, as that's good work again from the side of Larry, keeping everyone alive. Unfortunately, they have lost the group. They have lost the Punisher of Triple T. And that moment you believed, it got awkward. In comes Captain Solo, though, looking to make sure the castle run can be completed with a portal. See whether the odds are stacked against him. But you know what Solo says? Never tell him the odds. They keep rolling. In we go, and Triple T in the overtime. Surely, desperately looking to find something. The Psionic Seduction from Forever to try and make a few more peasants kneel on the ground. Aristocratic virtue there. They've just got more money in the tank to work with. ENGAGE, a member down though. Triple still trying to get on in here. They're down their own 2 members, and that makes things a little bit more difficult as well. It will be a continued scrap here, and portal number 2 of the fight happens.
That was such a beautiful drop off the map by Sacred, really creating the opportunity, but Triple T was not able to capitalize on it fully. Ellie managing to pick there on Larry,
Here we
but
go.
Forever with the double Carbon Crush takedown. Shia getting one as well, and this is going to be Triple T not able to hang on to the point, and ENGAGE is going to get that full hold.
It was a fraught end to that map again, but what we have seen is that despite throwing everything and the kitchen sink, Karmic Revival responded to by the Strange Portal, which was responded to by another Strange Portal. You just can't break ENGAGE there. It's so frustrating from Triple T, who are perhaps 5-10% of coordination and focus fire away from finding something like a cap here, but still they have yet to find anything but a couple segments on a convergence map.
Yeah, it's tough, but I mean, ENGAGE now, they're going to be in the driver's seat. They're going to be looking to just punch through this right away. I mean, Simba was just able to be free for so long. I think overall, the Wolverine swap for Sacred was a really good swap for them, that maybe if they had done it even just a little bit sooner, that could have worked out better. They did have that last stand in order to contest the point. Unfortunately, they didn't secure that elimination off of it. It was just enough to be able to get that overtime, and I think that would have been a huge opener for Triple T coming through the portal as well. But it's a tough situation for Triple T, and they're going to do their best here. They do have the Groot on their side with the Penny, which is such a common situation, but those walls are already broken as they were placed on the bridge, immediately breaking that bridge down. But, the Penny Nest, huge factor here, as Ellie already finds an elimination on Shia, but we're going to see ENGAGE go with a cheeky early portal here on the high ground, looking to go aggressive and end things early.
They do lose Shire, but I think the respawn will be quick enough to get through the portal regardless. Should be able to get here. Trying to threaten his Charlatan, though, to say you won't get through that cleanly. And it looks like that portal ended up being just a step too far. Triple ready for that potential flank option. Instead, it'll be straight down main again from ENGAGE to turn this to a more standard state of affairs. Charlatan putting up the walls on the group, making things as challenging as they can. Off on the off angle, though, is the Venom looking to get over the wall, gets himself healed up before going in, trying to threaten that high ground. They spot out a couple members, don't fully commit.
And while the advantage is definitely in the favor of Engage, this is not an easy thing to push in on.
No, it's not.
With a dive set up. Shia and Cal are not able to get in there very easily. Those penny mines are just so problematic, but you also have Eli on the Winter Soldier who is able to disrupt you so effectively as a character, but now Simba, paired with that Raging Royal Flush, is going to get right into that backline and immediately go hunting for the eliminations, finding it with Shia. They're going to get 2. Self's getting in on the action for the 3rd, and they are going to look to completely rout the entire side of Triple T and try to get a quick capture here before a portal can even come into play.
Forever's trying to make it happen, but it will have to be very quick. Sorry, Captain Solar's going to try and make it happen now, but it's got to be now. It's got to be real close. Forced back out. They are just about preventing Engage from getting the win here, but it is a fraught and desperate last stand indeed. They must hold the line. They cannot afford to drop off point. Larry drops the invisible boundary, and through the portal they continue to pour, but it's a charge of the Light Brigade, and Engage have cannons to spare. Triple T are wiped, and Engage make it the 2-0.
About what we thought was going to happen with that one, unfortunately, but I don't want to say that it was for naught. The exciting thing about this was that we did get to see the glimpses of Triple T having the ability to win fights on that side when they were on offense. They just were not able to do it consistently enough. They were able to get some percentage on the board and unfortunately couldn't close it out to be able to go on to the next part of the map. But young roster, freshly new team, all that stuff. And here they are going to be in this league for an extended period of time. There is a lot of time for growth. They're going to get to play these teams, again at some point, I'm sure. But right now, this is going to be their first day in the league. So it's going to be a bit of a growing pain situation for them.
Yeah, it is, and we just saw that highlight reel there from Simba, who was proving to be worthy of the mantle of Mufasa. I feel they're dangerous indeed, with some really good attempts to kind of break the penny nest setup, right? Just get beyond it with that Raging Royal Flush, and all the minds of the world won't matter if you're just nowhere near them. Getting and threatening off that gambit on the back end was really, really strong, and you got to give credit there to Engage for, again, all of the drama, I suppose, probably the wrong term, but again, having to switch orgs, bring all these players together, reshuffle things, and come in despite that and play so well is so impressive. And they do look very calm, very coordinated. And I think for Triple T, a little bit more work to do yet before they're able to match up against the likes of Engage.
Absolutely. And I think off of that, I think the matchup a lot of people are going to be looking forward to is Engage versus G5. But we're going to send it on over to our analysts and let them take a little bit of a deeper gander at where Triple T can improve and what is so strong about Team Engage.
Oh, well, you know us, Mr. Flandels. We take Flandels. We take the deepest ganders we possibly can. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Soren once again. So, Mr. Ganderer, what exactly happened in that second map? I know you wanted to talk about that ad nauseum in the green room.
Yeah, I really wanted to take a look at compositions, and one of the things that I am very, very adamant about is adaptability. My kind of motto is that the best ability is flexibility, and teams being able to adapt and flex to different compositions is so important. When you're able to play loose like that, you're able to not just be proactive in what you want to do, but also when your opponents try to play around that, you are able to make those small micro adjustments that keep them on the back foot. And I think we may have seen a bit of a failure to do so coming out of Triple T. They go into map number 2, obviously on the back foot. They're the team coming in 0-1, so they need to bring out something strong. And very frankly, I kind of liked the composition they brought out. I like the Human Torch. Alarif comes out on the Human Torch. I think that it's probably best here on Central Park. So if you were going to bring it somewhere, it was going to be on this map. However, you know you're running into Simba. You know you're running into the front to back into that Black Widow, which just turns Human Torch into Human Target practice, more like. And unfortunately, that did end up just being the case for a little bit, but they tried to stick with it for as long as possible. And I think it just did not work out, especially when they did also have access to that penny. I mean, they were able to hold down that point for so long because they were able to punish the duelist, and the front line could not push past the penny mines. And by the time they did eventually swap, it was too late because Engage were also able to get the Adam Warlock through. We didn't even really realize the fact that it was a triple support with the Adam Warlock until they finally were able to be broken through, and we saw Engage having to fall back, and they crumbled a little bit, but then suddenly everyone was very quickly reminded with that Born Again voice line. It'll absolutely do it. I think it very much, that entire first point could have been extremely different if we had just seen a little bit more flexibility. If they rolled out, they were on the Human Torch, maybe they try it for that first fight, but then they see the Black Widow, and immediately just go, this is not going to work. Like, this matchup is not favorable for us. And they did make good swaps. They immediately swapped over to the Punisher and the Wolverine, and I think I forget it was Flannels. I think Flannels was the one who mentioned of like the Wolverine pick specifically. Very good. Penny is extremely strong in the defense, but the one thing that she does not have that makes her vulnerable, she doesn't have a shield. And when there's no mag next to her who can shield or bubble her, it means she's a very vulnerable to direct target damage, which means she's a big threat. Or Wolverine's a big threat into her, as well as Punisher. So the swaps were amazing. It just came too late. The Adam Warlock was already online. Time had ticked away.
So let me ask you this, Soren. For a team like Triple T, first showcase, not that great. Do we think they're going to make improvements week to week, or do we think this could be either where they're at, or do we think there's going to be a plateau?
I mean, right now, I think everyone's a big question mark, but I have the in my brain, everyone is going to get better. We mentioned it, I believe, in the last analysis desk, that we were on the cutting edge of the meta last week, and we still are now. We are still in a developing meta. No one knows what is going to be the key composition. Everyone's trying it out. Right now, Black Widow seems to be the go-to. Mantis seems to go-to. But when those become, a known factor and teams start having to really sit down and put time into how are we going to counter this composition, I was thinking suspicion both of those options. Maybe not Mantis. I still think Mantis is too strong. But I think the Black Widow comp is going to start taking big hits once people figure out how to get around it. And then it becomes open season again, and who knows what happens. They do have good players. PC Sacred, I know. I've tested a lot of them. They're insane. So they have the talent to do so. I think they're just waiting for the moment where the meta opens up and they can find the answers that they need to win out some of these closer maps.
Speaking of the meta opening up, I'm going to throw a rhetorical at you. Yeah, you chat. You don't have to answer this right now. I'm going to ask you this tomorrow as well. Mid-season finals is next week. It is going to be on that Season 9 patch. Talk about a meta developments, right? Are we going to see a drastic change from all the teams inside the EMEA League once they get to see how these top-tier teams play out this patch after next week?
I mean, yeah. I'm like trying to we saw it happen last year. Mid-season finals was kind of the emergence of Mantis. Yep. I mean, we walked into mid-season finals, and I remember when I was watching those first couple games, we saw the first Mantis bans. Ban one, no one wanted to let the Mantis through, and I remember sitting there going, why are we banning the Mantis? Mantis was not that valuable going in, but people realized how strong that she was. And then they were using it during scrims, and that got spread out throughout the entirety of pro scene. And suddenly we went into midseason finals going, whoa, Mantis is strong. We haven't been able to see Mantis, but then the moment someone let Mantis go through, the entire meta shifted, and we went, oh, Mantis needs to be banned. Like, it has to be dealt with. So the entirety of the game after midseason finals was shifted. I'm expecting to see something similar because, again, everything's new. The entirety of the game got flipped up onto its head. I wouldn't be surprised if there's 2 or 3 characters that we see a lot of in the bans in mid-season finals that we sit there and go, what are we talking about? What are you guys doing? And then we see them get used once or twice and go, oh, okay, I understand. The pros have just figured something out.
What you're telling me is that this is going to be the rise of my main, the one and only best character in the game who has not seen that meta development yet. Squirrel Girl. It's her time to shine, everybody! And guess what? It's our time to shine to talk about the Bleeding Edge, because this was the first day of really the pro scene for Season 9. We had the qualifiers last week, sure, but this is the full league. Day 1, officially done. We still have tomorrow, and then next week, it will be nothing from us because of mid-season finals. But then we return! So, if you enjoyed today, come on back tomorrow. You get your Twitch drops and so much more. We'll see you all then. Keg and Soren, out.